All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to I got to get my notes up here. March 19th, 2025 City Planning Commission meeting. The old saying is definitely in effect today. If you don't like the weather, just wait a minute. So it's going to be a fun day today. Commissioners look forward to hearing your case as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. Our meeting will follow the advertised docket, and we will hear the cases in the order they are listed, beginning with the consent agenda, followed by the regular docketed items. Commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is virtual and recorded, we have time limits for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. When we move to public comment, we will call on those who have joined us in person first, followed by those who have joined us virtually. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or larger group. Please be brief and limit repetitive comments. We do have a timer that we'll have here today, so you might hear that from time to time if there's during that public comment and even in the presentations. So those of you who are joining us virtually, please be ready to go when it is your turn to speak. Have your video camera on and your screen name correctly displayed. This helps make sure that we get our testimony for your testimony for the record. So as we get started, I ask staff to provide additional ground rules and instructions as we conduct this meeting to ensure minimal disruption and maximum clarity. So Sarah, please remind us of those ground rules, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to describe the testimony procedure for our hybrid meeting today. For those joining us online, please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know that you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request to speak on a case. You will need to accept the promotion to panelist in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic, you will reconnect shortly. If you are calling in on a phone line, your screen name appears as your phone number. You can raise your hand to speak when the case is called by pressing star, followed by the number 9. When you are promoted to panelist, the chair would like for you to turn on your camera so that the commission can see you when it is your time to speak. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. When you are called upon, you will be able to share your screen to display exhibits. You will be given 2 minutes to testify, or 5 minutes if you represent an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda, and merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. For everyone joining us today in person, applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is called. Members of the public who would like to speak may approach the microphone on the podium when it is appropriate to give testimony. If you are in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. Please keep devices on silent and be quiet when entering and exiting the hearing room. Those are our procedures.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and begin with the consent agenda items then.
The consent agenda docket has 4 items. C1 is case CLD Final Plat 2025-3, a request to approve a final plat in District B3-2 on about 1 acre generally located at the northwest corner of North Indiana Avenue and Missouri State Route 152, allowing for the creation of 1 lot for the purposes of a commercial development. C2 is case CLD Final Plat 2024-30, a request to approve a final plat in District M1-5 on about 8.6 acres generally located on the west side of Missouri Highway 150, approximately 450 feet south of West 138th Terrace, allowing for the creation of 1 lot and 1 tract for the purposes of creating a commercial lot. Item C3 is case CLD Final Plat 2024-28, a request to approve a final plat in District MPD on about 25 acres generally located on the east side of Northwest Skyview Avenue, approximately 800 feet north of Northwest 108th Street, allowing for the creation of 102 residential lots. All of those are staff recommends approval with conditions, and case C4 is case CLD Final Plat 2023-22. A request to approve a final plat in districts B2-2 and R6, creating 32 mixed residential lots and 2 tracts for a total of 409 units on about 25.5 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of Northeast Shoal Creek Parkway and Highway 169. Staff recommends continuance off docket with fee.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners regarding docket items C1, 2, or 3, or continuance of docket item C4? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding approval of docket items C1, C2, or C3, and the continuance of C4, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket items C1, C2, and C3 with conditions, and to continue item C4 off docket with fee.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of docket items C1, 2, and 3, and continuance of C4. Margaret, take roll call, please.
Arkin,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then. All right, let's move on to the regular agenda items, beginning with those that want to continue to a future date.
Continuances begin with item number 11, case CD SUP 2024-48, a request to approve a special use permit for motor vehicle repair on the subject site on about 0.5 acres, generally located at 3840 Warwick Boulevard. Staff recommends continuance without fee to April 2nd, which is a change from the printed docket. Item number 12 is case CD CBC 2025-1, a request to approve a rezoning from R1.5 to B1-2, so the zoning designation reflects existing conditions on about 0.9 acres, generally located at 4420 Madison Avenue. And item 12.2 is case CD CPC 2025-19, a request to approve an amendment to the Midtown Plaza plan to change the future land use designation from office residential to mixed use neighborhood on about 0.9 acres, generally located at 4420 Madison Avenue. Staff recommends continuance without fee to April 2nd. Docket item number 13 is case CD SUP 2025-4, a request to approve a special use permit to allow for the expansion of gasoline and fuel sales establishment in District B4-5 on about 0.8 acres, generally located at East Truman Road and Brooklyn Avenue. Staff recommends continuance without fee to April 2nd. Docket item number 14 is case CD SUP 2025-5, a request to approve a special use permit in District M1-5 to allow for a hotel on about 0.4 acres, generally located at West 80th Terrace and Brookside Road. Staff recommends continuance without fee to April 16th. Docket item number 15 is case CD SUP 2025-3, a request to approve a special use permit to allow for gasoline and fuel sales in District M1-5 on about 0.7 acres, generally located at East 12th Street and Jackson Avenue. Staff recommends continuance without fee to April 2nd. Docket item number 16 is case CD CPC 2024-193, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved plan in District UR on about 13.41 acres, generally located at 241 East Linwood Boulevard between Costco and Home Depot. Staff recommends continuance off docket with fee. And those are all the continuances. The
Okay.
last item is a dismissal.
Do you want to do number 17 as a dismissal?
Sure.
Might as well.
Docket item number 17 is case CD CPC 2024-179. A request to approve a preliminary plat with deviations in District R80 on about 10 acres, generally located at 9640 North Indiana Avenue. Staff recommends dismissal.
All right. Any questions from the commission regarding continuance of docket items 11, 12.1, 12.2, 13, 14, 15, 16, or 17? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding the continuance of docket items 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, or 17, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
All right, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowell, I move to continue docket item 11 without fee to April 2nd, to continue docket items 12.1, 12.2, 13, 14, and 15 as stated in the docket, to continue off docket with fee docket item number 16, and to dismiss docket item number 17.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second for continuance and dismissal of the one case. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion?
Arkin,
Aye.
Rao,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then 4-0. All right, let's move back to docket item number 1.
Docket item number 1 is case CD SUP 2024-55, a request to approve a special use permit for motor vehicle repair, general and light equipment sales rentals outdoor in District B3-2 on about 0.6 acres generally located at the northeast corner of East Truman Road and White Avenue.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andrew Clark, City Planning and Development. And I will open my presentation shortly. Okay, docket item number 1 is CD SUP 2025-55. This is a special use permit, and it's technically 2 special use permits are in this application. The subject property is located in the 4th Council District, roughly in the northeast part of the city, specifically within the Blue Valley neighborhood. The site is located at Truman Road and White Avenue on the northeast corner. Just a brief history, as you can see here, White Avenue used to be Tallman Avenue. This was all residential. Truman Road was before 15th Street, Blue Avenue. 1909, there's nothing but a few houses. The reason why I'm showing you this is that the future land use recommendation does recommend medium residential, but in 1940, we start to see this auto-oriented corridor forming. And specifically here in 1940, you can see on this site, there was a mixture of housing, but then you start to see auto sales and outdoor auto sales already occurring. Just a few photos of the former built environment. And then by 1963, the subject property that we're looking at today, the existing building was a plumbing supply building. So you're seeing this case, the applicant is leasing the property from the property owner, but they just want to get everything into compliance. And that is why they are seeking the 2 special use permits. One is for general vehicle repair, and the other special use permit is for light equipment sales outdoor. Staff is recommending a period of 10 years on these special use permits. And one of the main conditions is to not have vehicles parked on the sidewalk. It's a major issue that we see along Truman Road and some of our other auto-oriented corridors. Here's a view of the existing structure. Again, some drone photos the applicant provided to staff. I do want to commend the applicant for preparing a site plan for staff, which was very helpful to see the operation here. Very organized site. I did mention in the staff report, in lieu of seeking variances to the landscape code, staff recommended and worked with the applicant to apply for alternative landscape compliance. The site is so impervious, the chances of landscape surviving here is
I
very,
just joined.
Good morning.
Okay. Thank you.
It's just the likelihood of landscaping surviving here is very, very low. So in lieu of the landscaping, there is chain link fencing currently on the west side of the property. The applicant will upgrade that fencing to resemble the wrought iron fence they already have on the property. And then they'll put some planter boxes on the structure. Fake plants are fine. It's really just to add some sense of greenery on this corridor. As I discussed, the Truman Plaza area plan recommends residential medium high, but I was just trying to show you historically, this has always been auto services on this corner. With the history and the applicant providing a site plan and working with staff on beautification for the site, staff is recommending approval with conditions for this special use permit. And then I also passed around a letter of support from the Blue Valley Neighborhood Association.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for city staff? All right, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning.
Anything you'd like to add from the presentation from city staff?
No, sir. Just thank you to Andy for doing a great job.
Okay. I was kind of curious, on the west side of your building, there seems to be a lot of broken up concrete and grass. Or maybe it's just deceiving on the picture that was provided.
The area outlined in red.
Yeah, go to one of the pictures that you don't have the wording on there. There you go. There's a lot of, I don't know what that is. They're gonna be
Just
cleaned up.
some overgrown grass in the lot right there. We can clean that up though.
Okay, kind of redo the pavement and that.
Yeah, we can make repairs as well. Yeah.
And where you're parking cars and putting them either for sale or waiting to be fixed, are you gonna put stripes, in the parking lot itself so you can have, everything nice and orderly in there
Oh, yes,
versus
sir.
just
Yes, sir. Yep.
filling up the site with as full as you can?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
We'll make dedicated markings for proper spacing. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions from commission? Commissioner Beasley, any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We have no hands raised online.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add for the case? Okay. So with that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission, or if there's nothing to say, I'll take a motion.
Chair Crowell, I move to approve docket item number 1 with conditions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 1. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Hall,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes in 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's move on to docket item number 2. Sorry.
Docket item number 2 is case CD SUP 2025-6, a request to renew a previously approved special use permit for an existing halfway house and detention facility in an M1-5 zoning district on about 0.13 acres, generally located at 1534 Campbell Street.
Good morning. All right, good morning. I'm Stephanie Saldari, planner in development management. So today we got a renewal for a previously approved SUP, docket item number 2, CD SUP 2025-6. So this is for the Heartland Center for Behavioral Change on 1534 Campbell Street. Right, so the subject site is located just south of downtown, west of I-71. And highlighted in yellow is the subject site. And these are just some pictures from Google Street View to show you what it looks like. And this is the site plan. Some of you might remember this from 2 years ago. Nothing has changed to the site plan. So for the approval criteria for a special use permit, the current project support all the criteria. So it is in, it does meet all the standards in the zoning code. Nothing on the site again has changed. They are not expanding it. It has more than enough parking, and it is in a pedestrian friendly area, so it does not need to have more sidewalks or anything like that. And staff recommends approval subject to conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. I just had one question. Why, can you explain the 2 years? Why we
So-
do that?
Yeah, so that is actually state law for halfway houses that they can only operate for 2 years and they need to renew their entitlement.
Has there been any issues or problems with this facility in the last 2 years?
I'll have the applicant answer
Okay.
that question.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your consideration for this. We have had no issues in particular that have occurred at our facility. We are an agency that works primarily with criminal justice system involved persons. So there are some day-to-day operational things that do occur just as in the course of business, but we have not had any significant issues during that period of time.
Anything else you'd like to present?
Just again to say thank you so much for the opportunity. We really enjoy our relationship with the city of Kansas City and have done a lot of work with the municipal courts and just appreciate the opportunity to continue to do that work.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant or the city staff? Commissioner Beasley, anything?
No, you asked my question. I was wondering why they were back so soon if they were just here 2 years ago. So no,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, like maybe one more question. What's your capacity now? Are you full? Do you have room, or hopefully you have room?
Yeah, we do have a little bit of capacity still to be able to build out, but we're primarily full. We've actually reduced the total number of beds just to improve maybe some of the living environments for the individuals that are staying there just a little bit compared to where we were, say, 5-6 years ago. But we've been able to stay relatively full. It's a high need area here for people who need residential support, particularly around substance use disorder.
Okay, well, thank you for the work that you do. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
With that, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission.
Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item number 2 with conditions.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2 with conditions. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes then. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm gonna step away for a little bit, fortunately, work calls me here that I have to take care of. I'll be back.
All right, Sarah, can you go ahead and open up docket item 3?
Docket item number 3 is case CD CPC 2024-178, a request to approve a rezoning from AGR and B3-3 to B3-3 in order for the zoning designation to reflect existing conditions on about 1.9 acres, generally located at 9200 Northwest 119th Terrace.
Okay, good morning. So we heard this case at the last public hearing. I gave the full presentation, but the applicant was not in attendance. So I can go over the entire presentation again, or just give a quick highlight at the.
Quick highlight's great.
Quick highlight, okay. Okay, excuse me. Essentially, the property is split zoned AGR and B3-3. The purpose of this rezoning request is to make the entire site B3-3 so that any signing standards or future building addition standards can be applicable to the B3 zoning designation versus the AGR. Because at this time, any signs placed on the building in the AGR portion of the building must comply with residential signing standards. So the B3 allows them more flexibility for their commercial-like use.
Great. Any questions for city staff? We will then welcome the applicant.
Hi, my name's Ross Jensen. I'm with Midwest Sun. I'm representing Brightspeed at the designated address. This is an unusual zoning, and there's no residential nor agriculture around it. It's all business and hotels. So we are proposing just a 53 square foot sign on 2 elevations, which is way under code. The total facade is 2,592 square feet, so we're 2% of the total facade.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we will open it up for public testimony.
There are no hands raised online.
Great. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir.
All right, then I'll take a motion.
Vice Chair, I move to approve docket item number 3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 3 without conditions. Margaret, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Passick.
Aye.
All right, it has been approved 4-0 to approve docket item number 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your approval. Appreciate it.
Sarah, we're ready for docket item number 4.
Docket item number 4 is case CD CPC 2025-16, a request to approve a major amendment to a previously approved development plan to construct a new medical facility on the subject site, zoned B3-2, R 0.5, on about 4.81 acres, generally located at 6735 Holmes Road. I have Wesley Blizzard. I'm promoting to panelist.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everybody, or excuse me, good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Thanks. I think Anna is pulling up the presentation, and then after the staff presentation, we'll turn it over to you.
Okay, this is case CD CPC 2025-16, and the applicant is seeking approval of a major amendment to a previously approved development plan to construct a new emergency care hospital on the subject site. So the property is located in the Brookside Waldo portion of Kansas City, Missouri. More specifically, it is along Holmes Road in East 68th Street, where there is a current hospital complex located there, adjacent to an established residential neighborhood. This is a look at the site from Google Street View. We can see that there is an entrance into a parking lot for that complex that I just mentioned. And this is where the new building is going to be located within this existing parking lot. Here is a look at a site plan provided by the applicant. Again, you can see them using the existing curb cut and drives, establishing that building within that underutilized, parking lot for this emergency care hospital. And here are some elevations for the use as well. So now I'm going to go into the review criteria associated with the development plan. I'm going to go over the 3 items that help support city staff's recommendation. First being this addresses compliance with the zoning and development code and other applicable ordinances, policies, or plans. This is our opportunity to also talk about the area plan, which does talk about more intensive uses like hospitals or other large like government or institutional buildings can be limited to non-residential areas. But as I mentioned, this is an existing hospital campus with other commercial style buildings in the area in between Troost Avenue and the established residential neighborhood. So not only does it act as kind of like a buffer between that existing commercial corridor, but this isn't changing the existing use that's been there for a long time. It is just citing an additional building within this area. So we don't see that as being a challenge. We have C and G, which go hand in hand in this case, which talks about the vehicular ingress and egress to and from the site, within the site, making sure that's efficient and safe, as well as ensuring that the landscaping or other buffering mechanisms are in place to prevent negative externalities from spilling over to adjacent property owners. So as I mentioned, this project is utilizing an existing access point, an existing parking lot. And as you can see from the site plan, there's lots of efficient movement and circulation around the building for this type of use, as opposed to just a underutilized parking lot. And considering that the hospital use is adjacent to an established residential neighborhood, the applicant has purposefully pushed the building back over 150 feet from homes. There's adequate landscaping to buffer that noise, lighting, and sound from what one could consider, a high intensity use of the hospital ER on the site. So it is adequately buffered from the adjacent property as well. And here are some visual representations of what I just described that shows all the proposed landscaping, the circulation, and where that's how those conditions are changing between what's existing and the proposed. Thus, city staff recommends approval subject to conditions. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Any questions for city staff?
No, I have none at this time. Thank you.
Great, then we will welcome the applicant.
Hi, thank you all for having me this morning. I think Anna has done a good job of highlighting the project. I'm here to essentially answer any other questions that the council or city staff may have regarding the project. As we're excited to hopefully get this approved and move on to the next steps.
Will this be replacing the emergency operation that's already there?
Yes, sir. So the medical services will be transitioning and relocating from the existing Brookside facility to this new emergency care hospital. So all those emergency services and medical services will be performed at this new location.
And then just out of curiosity, I feel as though often with hospital complexes, things are all connected. Is there any advantage, disadvantage of having it separate from the rest of the facility?
I believe the plan is ultimately they'll become two separate entities. The other one being repurposed to more of a medical office building type facility. So in terms of interconnectivity, there's no intention of having these buildings connected in terms of employee or patron access going back and forth, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I guess, and I don't really know that facility well at all. Is the rest of the facility, is there a hospital there? Is it just an emergency care center?
It's emergency care.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
So just to confirm, there's no hospital stay if someone needed to be admitted?
So the state of Missouri this is more of a freestanding emergency room style facility. There are 3 inpatient beds, so they would be able to stay, but ultimately those would be, in the case of certain situations, but any, I guess, major stays, they would be transferred to the research medical center.
Right. And I mean, research is a couple blocks away over off Meyer, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So is it also urgent care? Because a lot of people, they want you to do urgent care as opposed to emergency room visits. So is that part of the operation, or do you know?
I believe it's both. Some of these questions I would have to confirm with the facility, but it's my understanding it would operate as both.
Well, I think part of our concern is making sure we're not losing the ability for someone to be admitted if they're at that state?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to offer the same services as what's existing at the current Brookside facility.
Commissioner Beasley, any other questions?
Well, I'm thinking, what's his timeline? If you're approved, what's your timeline to get started and be operational?
There's a couple other permits we would have to obtain. There's some utility coordination with KC Water. Ultimately, I think it would depend on how quickly we could obtain those permits, but ideally begin construction by the end of this year.
And then the length of construction?
I'd have to check the construction schedule. I believe it would be about a year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? Then we will open it up for public testimony.
We do have one person online, Kirk McCarty.
Kirk, as you're promoted to a panelist, go ahead and state your name and address for the record, and then you may provide your testimony.
Sure. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
It was a little muffled.
We try to get close. Sorry. So my name's Kirk McCarty. I'm the CEO of Research Medical Center, and I just wanted to clarify a couple things that Wesley was sharing. No services will change with this movement of the freestanding emergency department. It'll be exactly the same as it is today. It'll just provide a better space that isn't. It'll just create more efficiency and a better space for patients to get care. The majority of patients we take care of in that facility, we see close to 100 patients a day, present there not to be admitted into a hospital, but to be seen emergently by a physician. And that's what we provide. And so, in essence, what the community will get is a better product and a better experience just being able to get the patient. I just want to make that clarity.
Thank you. I think we got most of that. And is there, in addition to just improved space and services, is capacity changing at all?
It isn't, and it really isn't a plan to expand capacity, but it would potentially allow for other development to occur in that area to bring additional medical resources, like outpatient physician practices in the future.
Great. Well, thanks for the testimony. Thanks for joining. Looks like a good project. Any other public testimony?
There are no other hands raised online.
All right, and then Kirk, back to you. Anything else you'd like to add? Or sorry. Okay, and then Wesley, anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir.
Great. All right, well, then we'll close all testimony and I'll take a motion.
Moving to approve docket item number 4 with conditions stated.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 4 with conditions. Margaret, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
Docket item number 4 has been approved 5-0. Thanks for the project and good luck with it. We are now ready for docket items 5.1 and 5.2.
Just a little caveat here. I'm going to recuse myself from docket item number 5. I don't think that'll put us at a quorum until Colby comes back. We might have to push
so
that.
Sorry. We're going to have to wait until Chair Crowell comes back, which should be at around 10:30. Really sorry for the wait. So we just won't have quorum, unfortunately, otherwise. So we will hold it until he's able to join. Sorry about
You
that.
able to,
Can you do 6.1? And 6.2?
Should be able to. Let me take a look.
It's his fault.
Blame him.
All right, let's
do
open
you
up.
want to go to 6 or do you want to recess?
Let's open up to 6.1 and 6.2, please.
Okay. Docket item number 6 is case CD CPC 2024-123, a request to approve an area plan amendment for the Heart of the City area plan from residential low density to residential medium density on about 1.8 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of Brookland Avenue and East 20th Street. And item 6.2 is case CD CPC 2024-104, a request to approve a rezoning from District UR to R 2.5 on about 1.8 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of Brookland Avenue and East 20th Street.
Well, question on the staff report, it calls it out as 9.1 and 9.2. Is that just?
We did move some things, so it might just be incorrectly numbered.
Okay.
All right, good morning, Commissioners. I'm Justin Smith, City Planning and Development. Morning is docket item 6.1 and 6.2. This is an area plan amendment and a rezoning without plan. Subject site is located right in the middle of the city within the 3rd District. It is in the boundaries of the Heart of the City area plan. A closer look at the site, we'll be looking at all of the highlighted lots. It spreads across 9 lots on the corner of Brooklyn Avenue and East 20th Street. So the zoning is UR, urban redevelopment. The plan was approved on October 6th, 2005. This plan approved 27 townhome units across the 9 lots. The previous zoning was M1-5. The applicant is proposing to rezone the lot to R 2.5. Here's that controlling plan. The future land use of the site is residential low density. The Heart of the City area plan recommends R 7.5 and R 10 for that future land use. So an area plan amendment is required, and we're requesting residential medium density. This is a view of the site from East 20th Street and Brooklyn Avenue. And here's a view from East 20th Street and Park Avenue, and then another view looking west down East 20th Street. And with that, staff recommends approval without conditions for the area plan amendment and the rezoning. I can answer any questions.
Any questions for city staff?
No.
All right, then we will welcome the applicant.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Redonda Sawyer. I am representing staff for Land Bank Department for the City of Kansas City, Missouri. As the owners of the Kansas City, Missouri Homestead Authority properties in question, we're looking to rezone 9 vacant lots to comply with the area plan that will suit future planning for single-family homes. Right now, we have not had any applications to come forth for townhomes. And so we do have an applicant who is wanting to apply and develop for a single family. It was a recommendation from the Kansas City, Missouri Homestead Board of Commissioners to request this rezoning for future developments. I do believe we have Mr. John Young, who actually put in the 4 applications for the property. If he's available to speak, he should be online. Not sure.
Great. And how long was it listed as it is currently before making the decision to make this change?
2005, I do believe.
Great, thanks.
That's some time.
Were you able to find them online?
We have no hands raised online.
That's
and I don't see anyone by that name.
no worries. Are there any questions for the applicant?
So has the person already been approved to move forward if this zoning is changed?
If the zoning, yes. If the zoning is considered, yes.
So can you tell us about the types of houses he wants to build?
They are single-family homes.
Do we know if are they townhome style?
Oh, no, they're not townhomes.
Appear to be duplexes, site plan.
I didn't see.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They're Forrestine, they're duplexes. All according to the site plan.
Oh,
Duplexes and townhomes. Looks like there's a mix.
Yeah, the kind of broken.
On the staff report on the site plan on the staff report is the UR plan that we're trying to get rid of.
Oh, okay.
So it's the controlling plan on the site. And I don't know
Good.
if you have the
These-
proposal I can pass out.
yes. Let's see here. Sorry about that. Yeah, so the rezoning property from townhomes to single family, he's wanting to develop actually in a cul-de-sac. So it's about 4 single-family homes.
Are these single stories, 2 stories? How many bedrooms, garages? Can you tell us that information? Any idea on his price point?
So
If it's 4, it's almost a half an acre per lot is what what I would think.
So he wants to design $100,000 homes. Give me 1 second. Actually, if you give me a second, I can go through here and see. This is the whole application for all the properties. So.
They won't have to come back through us then.
Probably not. And it
It's
is,
I want to say it's 2-story homes.
So all the time, this was from a couple months ago, so I don't know if it's the same proposal, but John
Mhm.
Young has, the city's gonna, if you can see my screen, Park Avenue, he's gonna build a cul-de-sac here. And, the plan I'm looking at now, he's gonna kind of divide those 4 middle lots into 6, build 6 single-family homes, and I think he's trying to do the same on Olive. And then there was talks about possibly, these lots are kind of small on Brooklyn and 20th, something like a dog park. Some kind of space for those homeowners.
So similar density to the homes kind of
Yeah.
in that area.
Yeah.
So I know that this is not the plan, so, and from what I just heard, it doesn't sound like he would have to come back. But one of my concerns is the closeness to the railroad tracks. Is there anything in his application that addresses the buffer zone and stuff? I want it to be successful. I need to put that out there because it has been sitting since, what she say, October of 2020, 2005.
Yeah.
So the goal of the property is to construct 2 to 3 bedroom, single-family homes on the parcel. It's our intention to complete the rezoning quickly and begin street improvements.
And maybe staff can weigh in on that. There is requirements for buffer zone off of railroad, right?
As far as the zoning and development code, I don't think we have any for single family homes.
But I would note that there is right of way. I mean,
There's right of way. You
Yeah.
can't build
You can't
directly
build
on there
on-
because they need access to those
Correct.
points.
Mhm.
Forrestine, I see what you're saying with like currently there's, the heavy tree line there. And I would assume that a home builder is probably not gonna want visibility of the tracks. So I'm assuming he's gonna leave some of that or
well, it looks like most of the buffer is outside of the property line too.
correct. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and there was some talks about possibly vacating a portion of that, and he reached out to the railroad, and that was
Yeah.
not an option.
That makes sense. All right. Any other questions for the applicant?
No, thank you.
All right. We will now open it up for public testimony.
There are no hands raised online.
All right. And then back to the applicant. Anything you'd like to add?
No, not at this time. Well, thank you for listening and considering a rezoning if possible.
All right. With that, we'll close all testimony and discuss the project or take a motion.
Well, I have a quick question, not question, but a comment. I appreciate the Homestead Authority with the City of Kansas City working with this applicant to increase our housing stock. So I do appreciate that. I have no other comments or concerns outside of the questions I've already asked. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. With that, I'm moving to approve docket items 6.1 and 6.2 without conditions.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket items 6.1 and 6.2 without conditions. Margaret, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
6.1 and 6.2 have been approved 5-0. Thanks for the project and good luck with it.
Thank you.
And again, apologies. We're still going to hold and wait for Chair Crowell.
We're gonna have to push past 7 as well because I have to recuse for that. So we're gonna have to go to.
Yep. So Sarah, so just to be clear, we're going to move past docket item number 7 because we also have a quorum issue there. So we're going to move to 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3.
Docket item number 8.1 is case CD CPC 2025-37, a request to approve an area plan amendment of the SWOPE area plan from a future land use recommendation from a residential medium high density to mixed use community on about 1 acre generally located at the northwest corner of Prospect Avenue and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Item 8.2 is case CD CPC 2025-8, a request to approve a rezoning from District R 2.5 to District B1-1 to allow for a commercial development on about 1 acre generally located at the northwest corner of Prospect Avenue and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Item 8.3 is case CD CPC 2025-4, a request to approve a development plan to allow for the expansion of an existing daycare center campus in proposed District B1-1 and B3-2 on about 3 acres generally located at the northwest corner of the intersection of Prospect Avenue and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard.
All right, good morning again, Commissioners. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development. In front of you is docket item 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3. This is an area plan amendment, a rezoning, and a development plan. Yes, it should be a Kevin.
Weininger?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did he join? Okay. The subject site is located in the 5th district within the boundaries of the SWOPE area plan. Closer look at the site, it's just right off the corner of Prospect Avenue and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. I'll go over the area plan amendment first. The orange, these 2 lots right here, the residential medium high density future land use. There is an area plan amendment required. They are requesting to rezone to B1. So they are requesting an area plan amendment to mixed use community, and that will create consistent zoning across these lots. Then there is the 2 highlighted lots that they are requesting to rezone from R 2.5 to B1-1. The development plan proposes 3 phases of this project. The first phase that we'll be looking at directly today is the expansion of the daycare facility. And then the second phase will be another event center / daycare facility. And then the third, which will be on the left side of your screen in green, is a multi-unit housing development. And then the phases 2 and 3 will require project plan approval. So when those are ready to be developed, you will see them again. Phase 1 is the site plan on the screen. The building includes 6 learning spaces, a gathering room, a commercial kitchen, and staff offices. They are proposing an outdoor space, a parking lot, and they are connecting to those Brush Creek trails. And then I might just add that this green space here will be closed off during operating hours, but it will be open to the public outside of the operating hours. Here's the landscape plan. They are meeting all the landscaping except the street tree requirement, which they are short to. They will have to resubmit after City Plan Commission or seek a variance to that. Here's a rendering of the building. This is a view kind of from the sidewalk of that frontage road off of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. They're proposing metal paneling and brick. Here's another view kind of from that proposed parking lot looking east. I did want to highlight the frontage road they are redesigning. So on the west side is a Parks owned parking lot, and then the applicant's proposed parking lot. So staff does have some concerns about traffic safety at this location. This is what you're seeing on your screen now is what the Parks Department proposed. This is existing, so there's only an entrance to the Parks owned parking lot now. With that proposed parking lot, there'll be 2 points. And then Public Works did provide this design, which staff does believe could be a little safer for traffic. With that, staff recommends approval without condition of the area plan amendment and the rezoning, and approval with conditions of the development plan. I can answer any questions.
So with the alternative that you had just shown, is that part of one of the conditions?
So after applicant DRC, staff worked with the applicant, the Parks Department, and Public Works. Ultimately, it's an established parkway. And it's a Parks owned parking lot. So Parks did propose this design, and that is what they moved forward with. I just included this because this is what Public Works provided to us.
Sorry, clarity there. So is that the design that they're going with or no?
So this right here is the proposed design.
Correct.
That they're going with. This would be an alternative that I think if the City Plan Commission wanted to condition working more with this, with a new design or this design, I think might be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, so, and that's the recommendation from Public Works, correct? After their study,
Correct.
their traffic study?
Yep.
Okay.
I'd like to
So
get
I have a quick question. Who was that was speaking? Was that you, Tyler?
That was me, Commissioner Hasek. I was just saying I wanted to get the applicant's thoughts on this, but go ahead.
So the current slide that's up, the one that's to the far, what is that, left? So is that entry if you're headed east on Dr. Martin Luther King Drive? You can turn into that drive to get to the parking lot?
That side, so you can only that's a one way, so you can only head west.
So people
There's-
coming from
there's
the
a
west
median.
headed east, they've got to enter this property. How then?
You would have to pull onto the frontage road and then go north into the parking lot.
There's a median there, Commissioner Beasley, so you would have to make a U-turn at some point and head west.
Yeah.
I was thinking there wasn't. There is a median along
Yep.
that portion of it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. I was thinking there was not.
Other questions? for
That was
City
my
Staff?
only question.
Justin, on some of the site plans provided in the staff report, it looks like the parks parking lot has diagonal spaces, and it kind of looks like it's a Pull in, yeah, enter only. So is there a turnaround at some point? And is that meant for two-way ingress and egress?
Yeah, so that parking lot with the diagonal spaces, they had talks about they're going to redesign it, but as of right now, I think it's just however you can turn around in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to condition anything personally for the applicant because it's really a problem with the parks parking lot that we're trying to solve, which would be better solved collaboratively, but I would hate to hold up the applicant based upon what the Parks Department may or may not have an appetite to do at this time. But I agree that it would be a far better outcome if they were to redesign that parking lot.
Well, we still have to hear from the applicant, so maybe there's something we haven't heard yet.
All right, good thoughts. So if there's nothing more at this time for city staff, we'll go ahead and welcome the applicant.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah, as far in terms of the parking lot, I would agree with the last comment. Yeah, we've been working with parks and trying to coordinate the design that was proposed, and expect to kind of keep continuing that conversation to find the best and safest solution. So I think the other design that Justin brought up that had the green sort of hatch might work. We would just need to review it to make sure it works with buses that will be accessing the site. I think the turning radiuses, in that sketch, probably don't work at the moment, but it probably could. So I think there's options, and in general, I think the parks will determine what's best use for their parking lot. I did want to, so just in terms of the project, obviously kind of curious of your all's questions. I did want to just mention just about the use. Justin mentioned that it's an extension of the early education center, which is true, but I think the site in this block is now all owned by the same entity, the Emmanuel Center, which has happened after the completion of the current Emmanuel Family and Child Development Center on the corner, which is an early education facility. The rest of the development is all in support of that facility and all in general support of early education in general. The building that we're proposing today it really operates two programs. It's a after-school program for school-age children, which is a program that the Emmanuel Center already offers in different locations and will be now brought to this site. And that's in the afternoons, and it also operates as a summer school during the summers. And then in the morning, the building operates as a workforce training program to teach the next generation of early education educators and staff. And then the next phase, the phase two, is essentially a gym building that will serve the entire site. And then, as Justin mentioned, the phase three is housing, which is really it's going to be approximately 12 to 16 units. The funding model of all of that is still obviously in development, but the idea is that it will serve teachers and people who are working on site, and maybe others just obviously from the community. But the idea is the entire use of the site is all in support of kind of the early education system.
Very helpful. Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? On the frontage road, in the drawing, there's a spot for a bus drop off. Is that public bus, or is that for buses related to the programming at the site?
That's related to the programming. Yeah. And that's also the reason why we're short two street trees that Justin mentioned. I think the parking lot is being designed to handle a bus turnaround, so we could drop off there as well. But for safety, we're requesting that indentation be created, and we can drop off at the street. There's parallel parking on that street right now, and will continue to be. But yeah, the plan is that that'll be a bus drop off.
And then if you get dropped off there, can you talk about the pedestrian access from that drop off?
Yes. So you drop off right onto a public sidewalk, and then there's that kind of zigzag path that goes down through the park space on the site is accessible, fully accessible, and it leads to the main entry of the new building, and would lead to the main entry of the future gym building. And then obviously the public sidewalk can lead you to east or west along Martin Luther King.
Great. And so then if you're parking in the parking lot, will the west entry also be an entry, or is it primarily the main entry on the east side?
Main entry on the east side. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. And that's for security purposes, just to kind of control and have one entry.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, we'll open it up for public testimony.
We have no hands raised online. I would note that Ricky Sanchez from Casey Parks is available if you have specific questions for him.
Great. We will close public testimony. And then question for Ricky, have you all, is there any update from what you might have heard already being discussed about the parks parking lot?
Hi, good morning, commissioners. As far we have discussed with the developer, multiple scenarios of how we can, do two entrances into there. As far as I know, I think we've landed somewhere on it. We just have to make sure the engineering works out. And so what we are going to continue working with the applicant to make sure that we can make them work.
Okay, thanks. Question for city staff. Is the frontage road owned by the city, I take it?
Yeah, it's I believe when we had one of our first meetings about a year ago, they looked at vacating that frontage road. They'd have to go to the Parks Board. That portion of it's owned by the parks. It's an established parkway.
Yeah, so they'd have to get it into land bank and then do that whole process.
And what's
Yeah,
oh, go ahead.
we don't intend to vacate the street
What's the
now or in the future. Yeah.
what's the general industry expert perception on frontage roads that don't have a buffer?
You
If there is
buffer
one.
between the frontage road and the main road?
Yeah.
I don't know that there's an established
Okay.
industry perspective on that.
Just curious.
We don't see them a lot.
Yeah.
I think they're, this is general. I think about 20 years ago, there was kind of a push to use those for traffic calming and access. And we have since kind of moved away from that it's better to calm all the traffic than to try to remove, people who are trying to enter and exit.
Yep. Yeah. Don't see a lot of them. It doesn't seem as safe. Seems a little confusing. That's why I was curious. All right. If there are no more questions for the applicant, is there anything else you want to add before we close all testimony?
No, thank you.
All right. We'll now close all testimony and I will take a motion.
I just want to get clarification first. Where are we with are we just going to wait and let the sort of parks figure out the parking, or do we want to specify that there be a single point access there?
I wouldn't want to condition it because they're in communication and there might be a better solution that we haven't seen yet.
I mean, sure. I just find it hard to believe that there would be a better solution where it has two point access that close together. And so maybe not specifying necessarily the exact design that was presented, but just specifying that be reduced to a single point access.
I think the difficulty is we essentially have two landowners. There's only one landowner before us. And so I don't think we can condition one landowner, the applicant, to work with a second party that's not beholden to us.
Okay. Well, if we're not going to condition, I would just recommend that,
I think that we should do.
Sure, that get resolved.
Yep, I agree with that.
We'll just leave that out of the official conditions.
Yep.
So then with that, if there are no other comments, Vice Chair, I move to approve docket items 8.1 through 8.3 with, let's see here.
8.1 and 8.2.
Yeah, 8.1 and 8.2 without conditions, and then 8.3 with conditions stated.
Second.
Great. It's been moved and seconded to approve docket items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3. Margaret, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
All right, it's been approved 4-0 to approve docket items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3. Thanks for the project and best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And as we still aren't expecting Chair Carl back until 10:30, we'll move on to docket items 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3.
Docket item number 9.1 is case CD CPC 2025-25, a request to approve an area plan amendment to the KCI area plan from mixed-use community to commercial industrial on about 1 acre generally located at Northwest Cookingham Drive and Interstate 435. Item 9.2 is case CD CPC 2025-24, a request to approve a rezoning from District AGR to District M2-3 on about 1 acre generally located at Northwest Cookingham Drive and Interstate 435. And item 9.3 is case CD CPC 2025-26, a request to approve a non-residential development plan and preliminary plat to allow for communication service establishments in the proposed M2-3 zoning district on about 1 acre generally located at Northwest Cookingham Drive and Interstate 435.
All right, good morning again, Commissioners. Andrew Clark, City Planning and Development, and this case is going to look very familiar to you. So this is a major amendment to a previous case that this body has seen. It is an area plan amendment, rezoning without plan, and a non-residential development plan at 2001 Northwest Cookingham. This is in the first council district in the north part of the city. And in green, there were 2 previous development plans that were approved for a communication services establishment, also referred to as data centers. But you can see the site in question today is roughly 1 acre. It is one small sliver that was left out of the development plan. Here's a view of that sliver from Cookingham Drive. Brief history on this piece of land. It was MoDOT right-of-way, old US 71 that at some point in time MoDOT sold to an individual. It would have been nice if the city would have known about this, because what's so important here is that Cookingham is on the major street plan and will eventually need to be widened. So when you add this piece of land to your development plan, the subdivision standards and 405 kick in, where the applicant needs to provide right-of-way to the city to make sure we can expand Cookingham for future development. The area plan amendment shown right here in current zoning is AGR, mixed use community. That's why you're seeing a rezoning. And area plan amendment, elevations are staying the same. This sliver of land, they're not going to build anything on. It's just within the development plan boundaries. So this is what you saw back in June of last year. It's roughly about 60 acres. On the western part of the drive, after City Plan Commission last year, there is a major water transmission line that serves most of the northern portion of the city. So the applicant was not able to provide 50 feet of right-of-way. They could only provide 33 feet. The applicant did receive a waiver from the City Council of 17 feet. Here's a rough section elevation to show you the situation where we do not want a public street built over such a large transmission line. So that's why they were seeking a waiver from the 50-foot requirement as shown in the major street plan. That previous waiver was granted. What's getting slightly confusing here is now that we're adding this sliver, we want to make sure that the applicant still has that previous waiver, but that there is no waiver for the right-of-way that's required for this 1 acre sliver. So the applicant is going to have to make sure that their preliminary plat is very, very clear on what has a waiver and what does not have a waiver, because the transmission line also runs through this 1 acre sliver. We are asking that the condition number 7 be revised at locations other than those specific to the agreement with Public Works and Water Services to have a modified right-of-way requirement. This is just to help future staff, future decision makers to know where the easements are or where the right-of-way dedication waivers are specifically located. There is a proposed condition. Water Services, as I said, has a water transmission line, an easement that runs through this sliver. There are some discrepancies. You can see the plan on the left is showing a 60-foot setback, or 70 feet from the center line to the sliver that's in question today. Our parcel viewer is only showing about a 30-foot. So there's a major discrepancy, and we don't usually see this with parcel viewer for something to be off that much. So Water Services, and I spoke with the applicant team today, are requesting that a condition is added where Water Services can have their survey crew on site with the applicant survey crew to confirm this discrepancy or confirm that there is enough right-of-way for Cookingham. With that added condition of the field verification with KC Water survey crew and the applicant's staff is recommending approval without conditions for the area plan and rezoning, and then approval with conditions for the development plan. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. Oh, with the modification of 7 to have the clear language about the previous easement.
We'll probably have you pull that up again at the end.
Okay.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we will welcome the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, Aaron March with the Rouse Fretz White Cost Law Firm, address 4510 Bellevue in Kansas City, Missouri, here today on behalf of the applicant. We discovered this 1 acre sliver, as we call it, after the case had gone all the way up to council. And we tracked down the owners on a beach out in California. They had no idea they owned it, and they were very happy to sell it to us. We now have it, and we're simply including it within this plan. And back before you, we agree with modified condition number 7 and the additional condition that we go out with city staff and field verify the dimensions of the right-of-way at the sliver location, and hope to get that done quickly so we can get this concluded and move forward.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we will open it up for public testimony.
There are no hands raised online.
Great, closing public testimony. Applicant, anything else you'd like to add?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, we'll close all testimony and take a motion.
You just remind me, what was the modification, the condition number 7 again? It was just to clarify.
He will pull it up on the screen. And then I think it'd be sufficient just to say adding a condition. What number would the extra condition be? I can pull it up. Put it at the end, 24.
That will work.
So then adding condition 24, requiring a survey to be done as explained in this staff presentation.
You'd say revised condition number 7 as staff
stated
has
in the-
shown.
yeah, as
stated
stated
in the
PowerPoint.
presentation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
with,
you.
With that, going ahead to move to approve docket items 9.1 and 9.2 without conditions, and 9.3 with conditions, with the modification of condition number 7 as stated in the staff presentation, and addition of condition number 24 requiring site surveys discussed in the presentation.
Second.
Great, it's been moved and seconded to approve docket items 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3. Margaret, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
The project's been approved 4-0. Sorry to go through that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With that, I'm going to move that we go ahead and take a 9-minute recess until 10:30.
Nope, he's back.
Is everyone good?
Yep.
No breaks
I'm good.
needed?
I'm good.
I'm good.
All right, then I'll
Should
pass
we-
things back to Chair Crowell, and we will go to,
5.
yes.
And I'm going to recuse myself for this one.
So Chair Crowell, we are now at 5.1, 5.2, and then we'll need to pick up docket item 7 afterwards, both of which we skipped over because we have one commissioner that needs to recuse from each, and we
Okay.
wouldn't have had quorum.
All right, let's do it.
All right. Docket item number 5.1 is case CD CPC 2025-20. A request to approve a rezoning from District M1-5 to District DX-5 on about 1 acre generally located at the southwest corner of East 18th Street and the Paseo. And docket item number 5.2 is case CD CPC 2025-14, a request to approve a development plan also serving as a preliminary plat for museum and hotel in proposed District DX-5 on about 1 acre generally located at the southwest corner of East 18th Street and the Paseo.
Hey, good morning, commissioners. As stated, docket item 5.1 and 5.2 are rezoning and a development plan at the southwest corner of East 18th Street and the Paseo for the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and Hotel.
We're still seeing a slide from the previous presentation.
Correct. On that side.
Yeah, it's not being shared.
There we go.
Close some of these.
There we go. All right, thank you.
The subject site is located just outside of the downtown loop in the 18th and Vine district. And this is the subject site. It's currently 5 parcels that will be replatted through the development plan. And the northern properties, which are currently a parking lot, is city-owned property, which will later change hands with the developer. So first, the rezoning from M1-5 to DX-5. The Greater Downtown Area Plan recommends downtown mixed use for this area. So the request for rezoning is in line with that recommendation. And then the site plan itself is for a 110 and 160,000 square feet building, which will have both the hotel and the museum located within it. The museum will front onto East 18th Street, and then the museum will front onto the Paseo and abut the existing YMCA building. The site will have a vehicular drive off of the Paseo for drop-off, pickup, no long-term parking. And then there is also a private drive that is a vacated street, Grove Street, but it's a private drive for loading, access into the building, trash, etc. And then there is another parking lot property that is not a part of this application that is also city-owned property and is working in conjunction with this project. And there will be a parking garage constructed on it with approximately 460-ish spaces, and it will provide around 205 parking spaces to accommodate both the hotel and the museum, and also act as a district parking garage for the overall area. So then we have the building elevations. This is the view from 18th Street. So this will be the hotel side, 7 stories. And then the elevations from the Paseo, the museum side, which is showing 2 stories right now with a possible expansion of 3 or 2.5 type story. And then the south elevation, you have Grove Street here. This is abutting the existing industrial property that is to the south. And then the west elevation, here's that loading area that I mentioned from the site plan. And then some street views of the site. So as you can see, it's a parking lot right now. And then the building will be on your left here, and this is the YMCA building. And then this is that private drive, previously vacated Grove Street. And then there is one condition that staff would request CBC to remove. It's number 27. It's not applicable to this project, but it was put into the staff report. And other than that, staff is recommending approval. Oh, my mistake. This is old case numbers. Staff is recommending approval of the rezoning and approval with conditions of the development plan. And that concludes my presentation. I can take any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission? Commissioner Beasley, anything?
No, I think I need to wait for the applicant.
Okay, very good. Let's
Thank
welcome
you.
welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Andrea Young. I'm here on behalf of Grayson Capital, the applicant, and joined today by Bob Kendrick, the president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, and Emily Harold, our lead designer for this project with Multi Studio. I just want to add that we held our community meeting on March 11th, and it was very well attended. We had some very thoughtful questions, primarily around timing and how it might affect activities happening within the district. So we are working with Pat Jordan and have her under contract to help with community engagement. So that has been a really positive experience for us. But I will pass it off to Bob for him to speak on behalf of the museum.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to be before you with this exciting opportunity for the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and for Historic 18th and Vine. Many of you already know our story of starting in a one-room office in 1990, building our current home, which is America's National Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, and now looking to create what I call really the nation's first Negro Leagues campus as the gateway into historic 18th and Vine, and thus an international headquarters for both Black baseball and social history. And so this is an exciting, not only opportunity for the museum, but I think a very vibrant opportunity to continue to help move the historic 18th and Vine Jazz District to an entirely different level of interest, tourism, business development, et cetera.
I'm here merely to answer questions and support Grayson and Negro Leagues Baseball, but we're very excited about working on the project and happy to answer any specific questions about the development as well.
Okay. Any questions from the commissioners?
I have a question regarding our also common issue of parking. From what was displayed for entry off of either 18th Street or Paseo, but then you showed us the garages behind. So how is entry to those buildings accommodated coming from the parking structure?
So there is a drop off of the Paseo.
I'm talking about behind it.
I understand. And there will be access for pedestrians to enter either on 19th Street or 18th Street to walk west to the Paseo. And
My question is, the garage is going to be behind it. How are people getting into your facility from the back? They're going to have to come around to the Paseo entrance to get in?
Yes, we do not own the adjacent property between the museum and hotel and the parking garage, so our access is on 18th Street or 9th Street. They'll have to walk along the streets and come around to the corner.
Has ADA compliance been addressed as well, coming from that garage area to your building?
Yes, we have surveyed the properties and will meet ADA. And we are providing the drop off so that accessibility drop off can happen and large groups can be dropped off as well.
Where is that drop-off point?
It is on Paseo. It's between the historic YMCA and the corner of 18th Street.
Isn't there a median there though? If you're coming north on Paseo, you can't get to that drop off? I do know there's a median there.
The median actually
Oh, I see.
stops at just north of there. It stops at 18th Street. There's not a median. And we have been working with the city on access on Paseo as well.
And Matt Ledbetter, also with Grayson Capital, is online for any questions.
So just to keep me straight, the actual parking lot that you're saying is going to be constructed is a separate ownership. So you have not had collaboration with them on getting people into your building from the parking lot side?
This is Matt Ledbetter from Grayson Capital. So we are actually we have a development agreement with the city of Kansas City to develop that parking garage. So we are actually the developer for the city. So the city will own the garage. We don't have the agreements in place yet as we work out the legal aspects of that, but we will have agreements in place for those. And then there will be a public walkway that we can basically take out of the north of the garage that will put you on 18th Street, and then 18th Street will walk you over to the museum and hotel.
Commissioner,
So I feel like y'all not hearing what my real concern is.
Commissioner
Hold on.
Beasley, as I understand the site plan, and the way that the space was designed, while the hotel has, runs east-west, the museum is really more north-south. And because they don't own the property directly behind it, prior to getting to the new proposed garage, they've designed one entry from the street, and that entry is off of Paseo. And so as most museums, not all, obviously a ton of museums have multiple entry points. It feels as though this space was designed with one primary formal entry. And so therefore, regardless of where you park, they would want your experience to be through the primary entry. And so regardless of where you park, you're going to have to come off of Paseo.
So Tyler, you touched on what it was I was trying to get to. There's no entry from the back. And I know the current museum there, even though it may not be the main entry people come to, there is an entry from the backside where the parking is between Gregg Center and the Black Archives and the Urban Youth Academy. I don't see an option at this location for people to do that. And I also have a concern. How does that address emergency exiting if there's not but one main entry or exit point along the front of each of those?
And this is Matt Ledbetter again. So you are correct. There is not an entry on the backside and what we're calling that inside. There is not a public entry there. There will be entry for employees and things like that. From an egress standpoint, it'll actually be two main sets of ingress and egress on the Paseo. One will be at the hard corner of 18th and Paseo. There will be on the north of the site, there will be an ingress that will, for lack of a better term, dump you into the hotel space, the hotel lobby space, but that lobby space will also be connected to the museum. So the museum goers can exit that space as well.
So is there any connection from the museum space into the historic YMCA building?
There will be, yes, there will be. So we are erecting you can see it there. There's a new elevator tower with stair tower that will connect on each level.
It's still going to be a glass tower?
We're still finalizing the design there. We're actually working with the museum's designer to finalize that piece. So that's up in the air. That's what we have shown now, but that has not been finalized.
Okay.
And just to be clear, that elevator tower will help with ADA access actually to the YMCA. So there will be elevator access to every floor of the YMCA via that tower.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about the programming of the hotel. Just curious to learn more about rooms, conference space, meeting space, if it's a recognizable flag, if it's going to be white labeled as something else, et cetera.
Yeah. So we have it. We currently have it as a flag. Unfortunately, we can't announce that yet. We're trying to get our terms and conditions agreed to with that flag. So hopefully that will be announced soon. And then from a program standpoint, we're sitting at 127 keys right now. We have a two-room conference room on the second floor that we will utilize with the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum as well. And then on the seventh story, we're going to have a bar slash meeting space outlet that folks can use on a day-to-day basis as well as rent it out. And then I should mention on the first floor, we're going to include a restaurant and bar space as well. That's outside of the museum.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So with all of that said, how's the timing going to take place to have the parking available for people to actually use your space as well?
Yeah, so parking is underway right now. So we're actually hoping to get parking under permit or get in for permits in April, so in about a month's time. And that will be constructed prior to and during the hotel and museum. So the intent is the parking garage will be constructed by 2026, June of 2026, and then the museum and hotel will be completed shortly after.
And am I correct to assume, and I know that's not the right word to use, that the people visiting 18th and Vine can start using that parking before you complete the construction of the hotel and museum?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, just to confirm, the current museum, everything's going to move over to this one?
Yes, we will vacate the current location, move those items over to the new space.
Okay, great. All right, any other questions from the commission?
Mr. Kendrick, I'm surprised you're not as more talkative about that. You're always exciting about talking about the museum.
You know, sometimes, Ms. Beasley, I just try to stay out the way.
Yeah. Well, we certainly appreciate the work that you do. I mean, it's very impressive and what you've done for the Negro Leagues Museum. I certainly appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I want to commend the designers on this. I think that it's very contextual and kind of meets the needs of Kansas City as well as the specific needs. So I know we haven't seen full program yet, but the way it looks in elevations and for that area, it's going to be a nice little jewel right in that neighborhood.
Yeah, the setback for visibility of the YMCA and then the different heights.
It takes everything into account, and it's nice, very nice design.
Thank you.
Okay.
I've got one follow-up question, Kobe. I didn't ask my timeline question. So what are y'all looking at for timeline from actually getting to digging the dirt to completion?
So we anticipate about a 16 to 18 month construction build. So we anticipate starting mid-year this year to maybe it could bleed out to August just based on other approvals, and then we would be looking at early May or early-ish 2027 for a completion.
So okay. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items 5.1 or 5.2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We do not have any hands raised online.
All right. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything y'all would like to add here at the end?
No, outside the just general excitement that we have for bringing this kind of project to historic 18th and Vine and what we think that it will do to continue to grow that area. And so the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum has been a part of the district since 1990 when no one else was there. And we've always felt like it was our responsibility to help grow that area that the Negro Leagues were established in. And so to save the historic Paseo YMCA, where the Negro Leagues were established in 1920, and now to build this new facility and to be able to partner with Grayson Capital to bring in a hotel presence there in the district. We think it's something that the community is genuinely excited about. And And I'm as excited about it as you can be with someone who has to now go out and raise about $30–40 million. But we really are anticipating something really dynamic there in the historic 18th and Vine Jazz District. We appreciate the partnership that we also have with the city, as well as we identify some of those parking issues that have been a part of the district and its growth opportunity. So.
Very good. Thank you very much. So at this time, we'll close testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item 5.1 without conditions and 5.2 with conditions, removing condition number 27.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items 5.1 and 5.2 with the removal of condition 27 out of 5.2. Margaret, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
It looks like the motion passes. Thank you again for bringing it in and appreciate the work you're doing.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you all very much.
What number are we on?
On number 7.
7.
I think so. I don't know.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay.
Would you like to take a break before we get to number 7?
Yeah, I'll take 5 minutes. That's cool. I'm just running.
Yeah,
behind.
let's do a 10-minute break if you don't mind. It's
10:45.
10:45 now. So let's, five till or 11.
5 till?
Yep.
Okay.
5 till.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What was Draw doing? Not so much there.
Commissioner Beasley, are you available?
I'm here.
Okay, great. All right, let's go ahead and reconvene our meeting, and we're on to docket item number 7.
Docket item number 7 is case CD CPC 2025-13, a request to approve a residential development plan serving as a preliminary plat for approximately 278 units on about 1.98 acres, generally located on the parcels encompassed by Broadway Boulevard on the west, West 45th Terrace on the north, Warnell Road on the east, and West 46th Street on the south.
Okay, good morning, Larissa Chambi, Development Management Division. I'll share my screen. All right, as was mentioned, this is a development plan for the Lure Plaza Apartments. This is the subject location. It is located in the Midtown Plaza area of the city. And just zoomed in, I did turn the map sideways, so north is facing left, just to get this to fit in a little better. The property or the project does take up the entire block, and then you can see just down to the south that main strip of the plaza. The property is proposed to be a 278 unit multi or apartment building. It will have a 0-foot setback on all 4 sides, and I'll go into that a little bit in just a minute. They are proposing walkout apartments here along West 45th Terrace and along Broadway, and all of the vehicular access is limited to West 46th Street. And so that was also the garage floor plan, and you can also take a look at this first floor plan, and it has the amenity space along the eastern side of the building. And then you can see some of the apartments, and then for the rest of the floors, it has a similar layout. The applicant is providing sufficient landscaping along all 4 sides of the building. There is a condition in there that they update the tree species just to include some more native variety. And so going into the 5 deviations that are being requested for this project, the first 4 are for those setbacks on each side of the property. And the second is for that R 0.5 minimum lot area per unit requirement. So this requirement allows only 172 units currently. If they wanted to increase that to allow for the units that they are proposing, that would require rezoning. So this deviation is for the allowance of 278 units, which is for a deviation of 109 units for this property. Staff supports this deviation because of the limiting height that this R0.5 does have for the property. So this maximum height for the property is 164 maximum for this property for 0.5. If they were to go up to a 0.3, then it would be a maximum height of 235 feet. It does not comply with this map that is located in the Midtown Plaza area plan. And I did want to point out that despite that no in compliance, this section that I've highlighted is our subject property. It is surrounded by areas that have higher height limitations. And so it does act as a good transition to those taller buildings and those areas that have those structures that are more typical that we've started to see throughout the area. Additionally, so this is page 45 of that area plan, and then additionally there's more language in there about the buildings east of Broadway having a maximum of 90 feet. And so again, we are in that area east of Broadway. And then here are some elevations. The applicant is proposing a lot of architectural features that are similar to what we see in the plaza. So this is the south elevation. And then I've just zoomed in to show some of the architectural features that stand out on each side. So you'll see those balconies and then the signage and some waterfront potential water aspects, and additionally the variety of brick. And then that northern elevation showing some arches and a water feature there as well. And east, it also it has those varying architectural materials and depths, and it has a lot of transparency along that leasing office. They are using a lot of gold, which is prominent in the plaza area. And then the west elevation, and here I've highlighted those walkout apartments so you can see that there will be increased pedestrian activity. And so here are just some additional renderings. And then looking north on Warnall, so this is the property to the left, and then you can see this project to the south is under construction. All of these will be demolished, and then it'll take up the rest of the block. And again, here's looking west on 46th Street. And then here we're looking north on Broadway, and I wanted to show this is the 3-story townhomes to the west of Broadway. And then our subject site is located on the east, and then you can see some taller buildings there in the background. And then again, looking east on West 45th Terrace and looking at some taller buildings towards the back. And then again, looking down Warnall with the Parkway Towers along the west. And so with that, staff does recommend approval with conditions for the project.
Okay, can you go through the waivers? So there's 5 that they're looking for?
Correct.
So setback on each side, minimum lot area per unit.
And that's it. So it's one waiver for each side, for the front setback, the east.
Oh,
walls.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then based on the current zoning, it's allowed to have 178 units, and the proposed is 278.
Correct.
So it's 100
109 units that they're asking to add.
deviation.
Yeah.
To be in compliance, they would have to rezone to what?
R 0.3. And the R 0.3 allows for 287 units.
Okay, and the height of the building,
Right now it's at 77 feet.
and that's in compliance with the height restrictions?
Correct.
All right.
Just confusing because it doesn't align with the visual. Because it's unclear as to what is, I guess, codified or not.
So the codified height is a maximum of 164 for this area.
And then the overlay concept bowl that what she used showed lesser, but
Yeah.
it's not.
Larissa was showing a copy of the map from the Midtown Plaza area plan. This lot is not within the Plaza Bowl overlay or the Country Club Plaza overlay. Yes, you're right, Commissioner Enders. It is a little confusing.
You'd mentioned setback and the deviation required, and this might be better for the applicant, but so 0 going from whatever is required, whether it was 15%, 20 feet, whatever, and then to 0 sounds severe, but can you talk about if that's the whole facade? Because it seems like there's a lot of setbacks throughout as the facade has a lot of movement to it. So is it specific areas where the 0 setback is required? And is it all of it, right up on the property line, or does it not feel that way from the street perspective?
I think the reason staff is supportive of that deviation is because of all of those features. It'll help with those walkout units. That's why we're supportive, but I will let the applicant discuss.
Okay, and
the
so for the
0%
walkout unit, for example, it kind of, well, actually on what you just had, that kind of looked like the building, let's take off of Broadway. To me, it looks like there's a setback that is very contextual to the rest of Broadway. And so I'm wondering if it's just that the stairway up to, or like the steps up to the building? Is that what's requiring the deviation? Or is the building actually itself closer to the street than I'm understanding in the drawing?
It does, let me just make it bigger so I can see it as well. It does look like that building is set back a little bit, but the walkways, I think, would be, but I'll let the applicant respond.
Just because, so on Municipal Arts Commission, for example, which hears encroachments, I've seen projects like this where instead like if you're encroaching onto city property with your steps, for example, like you could get an encroachment. I mean, obviously it changes, I guess, if it's city-owned property or not, but I'm just trying to understand if it's truly something where the building feels like it's getting a 0-foot setback, or if in reality it's a 15-foot setback, but for the steps. Because I think those are two different things. And when I read, 0-foot setback on all four sides, it kind of alarmed me too. But then as I started to look more closely, it seemed pretty different from what that sounded like in my head. So maybe the applicants can speak to it once they get to their presentation. I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Hey, Commissioner Beasley, any questions?
So are we saying that the setback takes it up against the sidewalk, period?
I think we'll confirm with the applicant, but yes, it does look like it's the sidewalk and the walkway to the walkout units.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jeremy Tinkler with EPC Real Estate Group. Pleased to be here today, and we have some additional 3D imagery which will help convey the design, not only that, the height and the increased density that we're seeking, but help provide some further clarifications of why we are seeking a deviation for the setbacks and the landscaping and some of the walk-up units and some of the step backs of the building form that help to reinforce that good urban design. On this screen here, you can see, oh, yeah, one moment, sorry. So in the top image, the building directly east is Parkway Towers. That's also zoned R05. It's a 13-story building. We are proposing at that portion of our project that our building is 6 stories. As you proceed to the west of the site, the grade naturally goes up significantly, and we are at 5 stories on that portion of the site, where it is across from the Ellington and some other contextual 3-story buildings. At the lower portion of the site, this is an elevation study looking the other direction. We have Cascade Hotel. They're on the left side of the screen. That's to the south. That's a 9-story building stepping down to 6 stories. And then as grade comes up along Warnell, our building is 5 stories, and that's where it's across from Warnell Park and the Mirabelle Apartments, both of which are 4 stories. So that helps to convey some of the formal reactions that our building is having to help stitch together some of the shorter contextual buildings in the neighborhood and some of the taller buildings in the neighborhood. This is an imagery looking from the northwest to southeast. So just beyond the project is Cascade Hotel and A-Lofts. They're at 8 and 9 stories. And the left background is Parkway Towers at 13 stories. On the left side of your screen, off of 45th Terrace, is Mirabelle, and then Ellington condos are there along Broadway. Here you can see the 5 or 6 walkout locations that we have along Broadway to engage with that street, the robust landscaping and trees that we have included that really helps depict our setbacks are in line with some of the other structures on surrounding blocks, and that's why we believe it to be appropriate in this case. This is along 45th Terrace, as Larissa had pointed out, showing some of those walkout units. So yes, the reason that we're requesting a deviation is because anything that's constructed permanently as stairs going up to units would be in this colonnade structure, in this case with the arches, would be not compliant with the setback requirements of the R05 zoning. But we do believe it very appropriate in this case. It's a very beautiful residential street, and we want to promote that indoor-outdoor connectivity and adequate landscaping, but also keep that feeling of safety on all sides of the building. This is another example along 45th Terrace of not only the walkout units for those residents to be able to walk directly out to the street and have eyes on the street, but also helps show some of the step backs in the building architecture that respond to the 4-story building across the street and some of the 3-story buildings adjacent to that, where we step the building back a bit to give it a little bit better pedestrian feel and help alleviate the height of the structure. This is just another view looking to the southwest. So again, the hotels are directly south there, and then 4646 Broadway is the tower in the background there, catty corner from our building. So we're proposing 2 courtyards. One would be an open courtyard that would open up to 46th Street, and that aligns with the formal building change between the A-Loft and the Cascade Hotel. There's a gasket there, if you will, that our courtyard seeks to align with to provide light and daylight into that courtyard. And then there's a smaller courtyard there on the other side as well. Warnell is on the left side of the screen. This is just another view of that from the northwest corner. And this is a view from the southwest. So A-Loft is on the right, Parkway Towers, they're in the background, American Century beyond that. And this is a view down 46th Street, which has the most severe grade change. Both 46th and Warnell have significant drop-offs in elevation.
Can I interrupt with a quick question?
Yes, please.
So these renderings you're showing us, is this for the 178 or the 208 apartments?
This is for the 278 units proposed.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. And this is at the southeast corner of the project. So Parkway Towers, the 13-story buildings on the right, Cascade, the 9-story building on the left. And this is where we are the highest above grade, which is 6 stories above grade. And that's just, again, due to the significant grade drop-off from Warnell on the right side of your screen and 46th Street on the left side of your screen. Just another rendering of that. And then there's we're creating an entry plaza. This is where we'll have our leasing office and amenities, parcel room, mail room. We'll have some deliveries just from the backside. The garage is on the left side of the image here off of 46th Street. So we've created an entry plaza here, not too large, not too small, and we're incorporating a fountain element of cascading water there to take advantage of the grade change along Warnell. This is that opening to our active courtyard where we'll have our swimming pool and residential structures up there. We're proposing an infinity edge and a waterfall element as a nod to the plaza and the various fountains around the plaza. Also have incorporated some blue tile elements and some change of brick and some buff bricks, again, as an homage to what's been done on the Country Club Plaza and the history of the site. And that's pretty much everything. And I had that in the back. Any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Are all of your sidewalks the standard size?
They are 6 feet, yes, and I think maybe neck down to 5 in one location where we need to get around a new fire hydrant, I think we're adding.
So it looked like the slide that had the stairs coming down, that looked like a smaller width sidewalk.
Yeah, it would be 6 feet. Yeah, that should be 6 feet along 45th Terrace.
You had another picture that had different trees coming down the stairs, that one.
It should be 6 feet. Right?
there should be 6 feet. That'll.
Yeah, it looks smaller.
Yeah, our civil drawings in our submission help depict those, and those sidewalks are dimensioned on there as well.
What's the makeup of your units? 1, 2, and 3 bedroom studios? What are you looking at?
Studios 1s and 2s, so 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom units. We're contemplating a few 3 bedroom units at the top floor. We're contemplating 4 of those. The reason we've asked for a little flexibility in the additional units we're seeking as part of the deviation is in case market studies don't indicate that we can do 3 bedroom units here, we may pivot to something different, a 2 and a 1 or something, which would increase our unit count by 4 units. So we're just requesting some flexibility there while we finalize those studies.
Anticipated price points?
We anticipate having our market study back with what they believe that we can achieve in rent. They will be market rate apartments. So it would be, it would range from $1,000 a month all the way up to maybe even 3 plus for some of those 3 bedroom top floor units.
Utilities included?
We have not determined that yet. We do have the utility costs baked into our model, but yeah, I'm not sure. We haven't gone through that yet.
Well, I was thinking how that would affect the look if you had to have separate meters somewhere for everybody.
Yeah,
where that would go.
Yeah, they are all separately metered. Our meters are in the garage, so some of the services that need to be along Warnell are on the backside of those walls and including our garage metering. So all of the units would be separately metered.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Oh, did you show us where your trash stuff is? I don't recall seeing that.
It's located, there's one of the entryways in the garage leads to the trash enclosure, and I can pull up my PowerPoint again if you'd like.
Okay. I just didn't remember seeing it, but that's fine. Thank you.
It's our trash and loading dock entry are located off of 46th Street, across the street from a curb cut that Cascade has for garage access on their property. So in the middle of the site there, you can see our trash and loading dock located on the street there. And there's adequate room to back those trucks off and have them off the street.
I just have a few comments. I think it's a really thoughtfully, nicely done project. I do like all the architectural detail and the way it does step back. I think it's very contextual and understanding that each street is different. So appreciate that you put all vehicular access on 46, West 46th, and that, I mean, I think that your facade on Broadway is going to improve that streetscape quite a bit. And then like that West 45th is also, mirroring and enhancing what the neighborhood looks like. I will always take the opportunity to say that the bowl concept is not a bowl, and it doesn't make sense because as you showed in multiple 3D renderings, we're actually going down as we depart from the plaza. And so as everyone thinks of a bowl, it would need to get higher on the edges. And clearly the way that the bowl concept was put out, it was just locking things in place. It didn't actually create a bowl, because otherwise we should be encouraging higher growth here, but that's not what the bowl concept has. But I think it's a great project. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else got questions for the applicant? Parking counts, is it like 1-to-1? So 1 space per unit, or?
Yes, it'd be 1.05 to 1 to 1. So currently, we're contemplating 278 units and between 296 and 305 stalls, somewhere in that range.
Any commercial spots in the lower levels of the building?
Only no, there's no commercial uses in the project. The only flex parking we would have would be for prospective residents or deliveries and things of that nature.
And so
No.
deliveries, where would they'd kind of come in the front of the building and kind of park on the street, or how, is there a pull-off space?
Yeah, they would be able to pull in just west of our main entry on 46th Street. They'd pull into the main garage entry, and we have stalls there adjacent to the leasing office. So Amazon, the UPS, any package deliveries, they could park there, unload, deliver to the mail room or parcel room, and then depart.
Okay, and that's the same kind of location as trash is in that same area where they,
Trash is mid-block, so it's kind of halfway up the block. It's at the upper portion of that garage, and then the lower portion is our main entry.
No guest parking?
Yes, we will have some guest parking, but generally speaking, they'll take advantage of the 50 or so parallel stalls on the street for guests.
Just a couple of questions. I thought of the existing power lines that are there. Are those planned to be buried?
Yes, we will
Okay.
bury and reload.
And then all existing trees on the site, are those being removed?
They are.
Okay.
okay. Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Beasley?
Well, does the tree ordinance have a role in that if they're removing all the trees?
No, they weren't required to submit a tree preservation and protection plan.
Okay, thank you.
But it looks like they're going to be putting back more trees than are currently there. Canopy might not be the same, but it looks like there'll be more.
Yeah,
trees.
that's why I'm not too concerned about it. Long run, I think it'll be better tree coverage than what there's now.
Can you talk about the demolition of some of the existing buildings that are on the site and what they are and anything about them before you take them down?
Yes, so we did meet with the Historic Preservation Commission, reviewed these buildings. They weren't deemed to be architecturally significant, fairly common. They do have some structural issues with some of those buildings, and so some of those are currently vacated by the owner. Those structures will be removed once those leases are up. Those leases aren't anticipated to be up for the residents until the end of July. So we would wait until after that time to demolish those structures. The office building is currently vacant as well. It was occupied the last couple of years, but that would be demolished as well. So we anticipate Q3, Q4 demolition.
Okay. All right. There's no more questions from the commission. Let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 7, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon. So sounds like I'll start with those that are here joining us in person first. If you can state your name and address for the record, that'd be great. Yep,
Ready?
go ahead. Thank you.
Great. So I'm Robert Martin. I live at 4646 Broadway, very close to the property. And I'm also the president of the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association. So my talk here this morning is in regard to what the Neighborhood Association is thinking about this. First of all, we really appreciate that EPC is developing this property, and we like the development. Your project, it looks good. I think it'll add a lot to the neighborhood. But my preferences and our preferences really don't matter here about what we like or dislike about the project. What we're concerned about is that CPC is orienting itself and its decisions to what the city really requires and what the regulations are, and not to exceed those regulations by very much. This neighborhood has a track record of trying to work with developers collaboratively for a mutually agreeable project. We worked with the Cascade and Aloft hotels just south of the Lure project as one example to very good effect. But when there are aspects of the project that we can't agree on, aspects that are contrary to city code and the area plan, aspects that are detrimental to the residents right around the project and to the neighborhood in general, we end up here at CPC and other hearings. We'd rather not take time away from our jobs and responsibilities, but our concerns are serious, and we hope that you will take them seriously as well. Our written testimony lays out several objections with lots of reasons why we object to specific items. I hope you've had the opportunity to read that material closely. So in the short time we have, I want to hit the main points. We oppose increasing density by more than that, by almost 2/3. That seems to be an egregious request by this project for lots of different reasons. They can only achieve this density by, in effect, offering very small rooms as a livable apartment. And so we're very concerned about the density and also about the size of the units themselves. The development, so our second objection here that I'm going to talk about is that the development should comply with the height recommendations of the Midtown Plaza area plan. It's not so much that it's a bold concept issue, it's that the area plan has certain recommendations, and we believe those are important to uphold. The third issue I'm going to talk about today is the development has inadequate parking, and the parking fee should be included in the rent. PWNA has worked with 3 other recent multifamily development plans to provide 1 parking space per bedroom and to include the parking fee in the rent. 3 ordinances codify those agreements. We request that the Lure project do the same. There are lots of reasons for that. They're all in our letter. We also question whether in-structure parking is needed for employees of the apartment project, such as leasing and maintenance employees. We argue that the neighborhood should not have to bear the burden of increased parking pressure in this very dense neighborhood. The development plan needs a much more of a dog-friendly, those amenities that service dog-friendly people to reduce the negative impact on the surrounding properties with green space. You can see that because there are no setbacks, there is just about no green space on the outside of the unit. There's only 1 interior dog-friendly space. So you know what happens when people walk their dogs all around the neighborhood. We are very concerned about exterior lighting. It's become a very serious problem in the Midtown residential areas all over the place, but especially in our neighborhood. Bright, flashing, fluctuating colored lights are extremely intrusive, especially at night. And we are arguing that on upper levels, lighting should be limited and downward facing and shown on the development plan. The developers have said that they would do this, but we need accountability for this kind of request. So again, there are other requests in our testimony. Because of time, I'll cut this short. We beg you, the CBC, to consider our interests and to uphold the reasonable regulations that the city has instituted for all of our sakes. With that, thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask a couple questions? In what you had sent, so on the bullet points under density, you kind of explained how they could achieve this with other zoning or what they could achieve in other zoning. My primary question is with the opposition to density, is it primarily parking and primarily traffic?
No, I would say that well, certainly those are outcomes that are deleterious to the neighborhood. So yes, we definitely want to include that. But in terms of what is livable in our neighborhood, the kind of character of our neighborhood, we're thinking that the zoning regulations of about 500 square foot for minimum for a livable space, that seems reasonable to us.
And primarily because parking and traffic, because like
Sure.
right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
And then, so there were a lot of notes on this about setbacks, and I kind of was, I thought it was a good flag, but then when I saw the project, it seemed to, are you more comfortable with the setbacks, having seen these 3D renderings, or had you already seen them?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah. So they did a nice show for our neighborhood, and that was excellent, good public engagement. But we raise these questions as well. And so what we're thinking is that because the setbacks are non-existent and the building comes up to the sidewalk, there is, and this is supposed to be especially a dog-friendly complex, that dogs cannot do their thing right outside the building. They'll have, if they need to, they'll go up on those, the risers or whatever those things are. But the walls, they'd have to jump up and do their thing up there and then clean those. The typical thing that people are going to be doing is they're going to walk around the neighborhood, and all that business is going to be done in other people's property.
Okay.
That's it.
That's helpful, because I'd read first the concern about, walking in a canyon, and because I'd read it before I'd looked at the plan actually, and then I looked at the plan and I realized it did set back. So it is more just dogs is the concern, not that it's for overbearing on the street presence. Okay.
That's right.
And then lastly, the parking fee, just to make sure I understand. So you in the past, or the neighborhood association has been able to secure agreement prior to the project that parking is just part of the whole lease on the apartment. So that way someone doesn't try to make it cheaper by not paying for parking, et cetera.
Right.
And then I imagine it's relatively standard if you're saying it's standard. Someone could still opt out though, right? So if you say, oh, I'm just using public transit or a bike, someone could then have that fee removed.
I
So it's like an
have no
opt-out.
idea
Okay.
what the leasing structure is of those three units that we worked with. All we know is that the ordinance specifies that the one parking space per bedroom is included in the rent.
So I like the idea of that, but then I think about someone who's like, I don't have a car. and I'm
Exactly.
not going to pay an extra $100. So then I think there'd have to be a way for them to get out of that. And then I don't know if it's enforceable, because either direction.
That's way beyond what
Okay.
I know.
All right. Thank you so much. Really appreciate
bet.
it.
Yeah, who's next?
Good morning. I'm Dan Ryan from 4545 Warnell, and I'm ready. Are you ready for my comments, or? First of all, I feel weird to be up here opposing something that I agree is a good-looking building, and I'm not actually even opposing the building. I'm just wanting it to fit within the neighborhood a little bit better. The lures have been great to deal with. I'm a representative of the board of the Parkway Towers condominium. So density is, for me, the biggest issue. And I want you to understand that the density in our area is a little bit different from density elsewhere. We are right there at the plaza. Driving down here today, I had to stop and wait for somebody to figure out the traffic pattern as they were making their way to the hospital. People are coming to St. Luke's. They're not familiar with the area. They're trying to go visit their loved one or whatever. They need, it's not an efficient traffic area to begin with. And Warnell changes from here to there in the area as well. People are driving around confused. The density is more enhanced than you would expect. And when we've got the 200, almost 300 people in the new building, we just had 300 people, 300 units go into the hotels. We're not opposed to density. We appreciate some density, but at some point, too much density is overwhelming for the streets. There's a car parked doing a DoorDash in the middle of the street now. It shuts it down, and people are trying to get places, move places. Yes, the density really is a problem for us. The standard of a bedroom per parking spot is, I believe, 4 minutes. Or was that 4 or 2? I was doing I'm
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'll be quick anyhow. The 4, I believe, and I'm not negotiating leases as a professional, but I believe that, yes, if you want to live in the apartment, that the parking spot can be charged, you pay your $100 or whatever it is as part of your lease, even if you're a good bike rider. You're going to have guests, you're going to have people visiting, that's not covered in the normal parking. So I believe that actually, yes, if you're going to want to live in this nice apartment in a very good neighborhood, that's one of the things you'll face. Are
Okay.
there any questions or?
Is that what it is at Parkway?
Yes.
It's
Well,
just included.
Actually, it's a separate charge, but no, you can't get out of it.
Gotcha.
All right, thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Who's next?
Good morning, Commissioners. Is it still morning? No, yes. My name's Jim Wanzer, and I reside at 612 Brush Creek Boulevard. And by way of introduction, I have done a lot of neighborhood leadership, served as a PIAC representative for 8 years, and also was a member of the sounding board for the Marriott dual brand hotels. That was a very successful model and that the current developers have offered to duplicate to engage the community. And so all the positive things that have been said about the developers so far, I would agree with. But today I'm here on behalf of Historic Kansas City as a member of their executive committee and a former board president. And basic message is simply to support the guidelines put forth by the Midtown Plaza Area Plan. And we want to give a big shout out to long range planning. For those of us who helped develop the Midtown Plaza Area Plan, we always, perhaps naively so, thought that we would simply see the development plan and the plaza plan, and that the planning department would evaluate the two and show us the differences and highlight the differences and ask that those differences be corrected. And over the last 8 years, that has happened to some degree, but often cases it has not. And in this current staff report, it's crystal clear of what the recommendations and where those idiosyncrasies and deviations exist. And so it made it very helpful, I think, for all of us to understand. And again, we thought that was how it was supposed to work. And I go back a long way with the Midtown Area Plaza Plan. I was part of that 2.5-year process that created that plan. And the plan was well represented by various stakeholders, developers, businesses, neighborhoods, and city offices that were vested in developing it. And we had, it was a labor of love. And we took great pride in our work, and we'd like to see it utilized fully to this day. And we have to be sure that there's ownership of the plan, because sometimes whose plan is it? It's everybody's plan. It's the city's plan. It's the city development plan. It's the neighborhood's plan. It's the developer's plan. And so we'd like to see, again, utilized fully as recommended by long-term planning. You know, and every time we ask for a deviation from the plan, every time there's a deviation asked, it's a developer saying, I have a better idea. I have a better idea than those 150 individuals who worked 2.5 years to put this plan together. And so we're hopeful that you take considerations of deviations very seriously, because it is a single entity that believes they have a better idea for the property. And often, you know, I think it's important that we understand the timeline too of the Midtown Area Plaza Plan. It was developed in response to a lot of what is going on the north side of the plaza. There was super high rises going up in a low residential area. And that was just one of the items that the Midtown Area Plaza Plan addressed. And then I think we have to be aware of the larger atmosphere of what's going on the plaza and the mentality and the conversations we're having in the city. The plaza is reinventing itself. There's no doubt about it. And the answer to everything is density these days. And that will come and that will go. But that's the key buzzword we hear to solve all of the problems. But we don't want to get involved in, it's a harsh term, but desperation development, where we've got problems and we accept any development and we don't question those developments and we don't tweak those developments for the best possible outcomes. And from Historic Kansas City, we would like you to help us do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Amelia McIntyre at 4545 Warnell, speaking as an individual. I want to highlight that there are statements made by the developer that it's 6 stories on the southeast. That is why the Midtown Plaza Area Plan puts stories and heights, because if you look on the southeast corner, it's a 2-story leasing office area. So to call it 6 stories is somewhat misleading, we believe. And that's why the Midtown Plaza Area Plan says for this specific site, 65 feet or 5 stories. The 65 feet was intended to be a cap and not allow people to manipulate how to describe a story by the height. I would flag to you that the KC Spirit alignment refers to the 90 feet east of Broadway. I want to clarify that that only applies south of West 46th Street. That was intended to be the rim of the bowl and a transition back down to the neighborhood, including those to the west and to the north. And so if you have any difficulty looking at that map, that 90 feet is only south of West 46th. The deviation on number of units is driven by density. We've already, as a neighborhood, been subjected to many rezonings, and those rezonings are destroying housing stock and putting much denser facilities in. I think that it's important to understand that some of that development is speculative because no building permit has been pulled. If we are so much in need of housing, why are not the building permits for the things that have already been approved by this body? Know that you guys have been on this board determining have pulled building permits as of last night. And in particularly, that would be the examples of the Maribel Phase 2 at 45th and Warnell, which was first approved in 2017, and 4627 Madison, which was approved in very early January of 24. That's also, and we supported both of those projects. 2 that we did not support that were before you is the 45th and Summit, 45th and Washington, and those destroyed single-family houses, and no building permits have been pulled. And one of those was in 23, and one of those in 24. If there's demand for housing, it's not going forward. So is it speculative? I want to highlight to you the 3 specific ordinances, and those ordinances were shared with the planner, so it does not come as a surprise, where we, and that was a Maribel Phase 2, ordinance number 170489 and 170832 at 44th and Washington, and 4627 Madison, that's 240023. Each of those have specific conditions. It's 1 parking space per bedroom included in rent. It's not a novel issue. It's something that we have consistently seen. There are problems with 4400 Washington, and they're saying they're like that. People like this project. There's a pool. People have guests. They come in to enjoy the amenities. And people who are still in the neighborhood existing can't get groceries up to their place because they're parking 2 blocks away. So that's a way, is to have that condition. I would ask, if you're going to proceed with this plan, that you include that condition, and we've provided that language to the planner so that it's already been vetted. Thank you very much. We believe that it's acceptable to have those conditions, and we want to acknowledge that there are not only Parkway Towers, but 4646 Broadway and Mill Creek Flats. 3 condominiums in the area have supported the letter of Plaza Westport.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I'm John Dvorak. I live at 4545 Warnell in Parkway Towers. My apartment looks down on this development, and my apartment looks down on a small piece of green grass that our condominium owns, where the dogs from this complex will be doing their thing in the future. Our apartments are worth somewhere between $175,000 and $250,000 each. Some of them are worth much more. There are other condominiums in the neighborhood where apartments are worth more than that. When we move into the neighborhood, we hope to have and need to have protection from what is going to go on around us. Some of that protection is the Midtown Plaza plan. I think some of the protection is also just common sense. And when we look at this project, which is a very nice looking project, we see an awful lot of deviation from the protection that we want to have. We're not against a little nipping and tucking here and there. We don't want to argue about 3 feet of height or 10 apartments. But the deviations in this project are really, really big. And I think when this body approves deviations like that, you have set yet another standard. And the next project that comes along is going to want the same kind of deviation. And I think that gets to be pretty dangerous when we talk about the lack of setbacks and the amazing density, which is too much for this piece of property. So I hope you and other people in the city will help give us the protection that we need.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else here? Do you have anybody online?
Yes, we have Michelle Mahoney online.
Thank you. Michelle Mahoney, 4646 Broadway. Everything that I would like to say has already been said, so I won't take up a lot of your time. I will just say, representing the Homeowners Association for 4646 Broadway, we are in support of the testimony that was provided by the Plaza Neighborhood Association, and we look forward to working with the developer on trying to make a great facility in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's the only testimony online.
Okay, we'll wait a second, just in case.
No other hands raised.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. So obviously some things were brought up during the public testimony. If you can address those, I think the letter that was prepared by the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association is probably a good one to start from if you have that. Andy?
And I believe that spoke to some of the setbacks and increased density that we're proposing as part of the project. Again, you know, I'm formerly an architect and you know, taken a lot of urban planning classes, and one thing that is absolutely necessary on the plaza is a sense of safety. And so huge setbacks, you know, 25 feet plus, create areas for potentially nefarious people to hide, a sense of uneasiness for residents or any prospective residents. and just for people walking through the neighborhood to go to the to a restaurant or a coffee shop. So good urban design principles dictate that you do want buildings close to the street, close enough to the street that people can look out their windows and see what's going on the street, and help self-police those areas. You also want robust landscaping, wide sidewalks. Everything that we're proposing to do, we feel is very appropriate for this site. To speak about some of the questions that were recently raised about dogs, as an example, we are a pet-friendly community. Residents are welcome to have dogs. We are blessed with a beautiful park in Mill Creek Park, directly east. I think if anybody's going to take their dog and walk them, they are usually out to get some exercise themselves, and they will probably take them to the park. There's also a dog park or pocket park that's directly west of Cascade. We've spoken with the owner of Cascade and Aloft. They maintain that park. It's not their park, it's a city park. But there's a dog waste receptacle there, and we'll have some on our property as well. Speaking specifically about the parking included in the rent, we've been reached out to by some other residents based on, we had 2 meetings with neighborhood groups, one on January 29th and the formal one on March 10th. The one on January 29th was 2 days after we had submitted the application. We just wanted to meet with everyone and garner some of that feedback. We've had some people reach out with similar concerns about parking, however, from the other position, and that people who don't have a car shouldn't be penalized and forced to pay for a parking space. We do agree with that. I think we could structure something in our rental agreement that would allow for some of that flexibility, but certainly it's something we can work with your teams on to make sure that we're not adversely impacting people who would like to live on the plaza, would like to take the streetcar, would like to ride their bike, would like to walk to grocery stores, but are being forced to pay for a parking space. I think on the step backs of the building, I think that we've addressed those concerns. So I really just answer any questions that the commissioners have, or if there's any additional details I can provide, I'd be happy to. But we are committed to working with the neighborhood groups. So we are setting up a sounding board for various stakeholders at the other properties around this neighborhood, as well as the neighborhood associations, to be able to answer questions, hear feedback, keep them apprised of things as we progress. And we'll also have dedicated personnel from the construction team once we hire a contractor to alleviate, to answer any questions. And they're welcome to call me or text me as well. I give everyone my cell phone, and we're doing that on a couple of projects now, and it's been a very successful process.
So some of the courtyard that's in as part of this proposal can't be used for a dog park or anything?
No, the courtyard space can be used for dogs. I mean, there won't be any waste facilities out on the courtyard.
I highly suggest you put them there.
Well, all of our properties across our portfolio are dog friendly, and we have
yeah, I would just say if you're dog friendly, you'd actually provide something for the dog to go. Because I can tell you, when it's cold here, like it's been the past couple of months, not many people want to go very far with their dog to relieve them.
Well,
and I'm one of them.
And I agree with that. To be certain, we're going to have an indoor dog park for cold weather times, and there'll be a location there where they can dispose of their waste as well.
So you will provide some kind of dog friendly space.
Correct.
In your facility.
That's correct. Yeah, and we'll have a wash and dry, pet spa type of thing as well.
So another thought was the lighting. Yeah, I know it's kind of fun to have some lighting that blinks and moves up and down the building and that. But are you proposing that this will be down lighting and not have a lot of that? So it, I know it's bright and neighbors can see, but not shine in their actual unit.
Absolutely. So we have 0 cutoff fixtures throughout the project. There won't be any lights shining up. We have 0-foot candles. There's the photometric study that's included as part of the application. 0-foot candles at the property line, around the property line. So we are providing adequate lighting because we want it to be well lit, but it will not, we won't have light trespass beyond our property line. And in fact, in some of the renderings, you can see where some of the soffits at some of the tower elements come out, where we're sending lighting back at the underside of the soffit rather than lighting down, because we don't want that light to trespass. We understand that that's a very sensitive issue for neighbors.
If you thought about some of the construction, what the site looks like during construction, street closures and that, how's that going to work?
We're committed to only closing one lane per street at a time. We think that we have parallel parking stalls so we can move some of the barricades out. But when we need to close a lane to install either a gas main, if Spire needs to install a gas main, or we need to replace a water main or a storm line, we would move those barriers out, construct the work within the street, and then move those barriers back when that work is done to maintain those lanes and two-way traffic in all those scenarios.
More or less on Warnell, you would take out the west lane, so where maybe on-street parking is located, but there'd still be two-way traffic on that. Same with Broadway.
That's correct. And we've had discussions with St. Luke's health system about where they see the most traffic and where they really want to keep lanes open, and they had indicated that they didn't want to see simultaneous lane closures on Warnell and Broadway at the same time, and also that most of their emergency traffic is coming from Mill Creek Parkway. However, they typically do take Broadway from the north when they're going to the emergency room. That's where folks go. So we will absolutely work with the city and with the surrounding neighbors to make sure that impact is as minimal as it can possibly be. We're doing very similar things in Waldo right now on our project down there, and minimizing those and moving barricades so that businesses can be maintained with on-street parking and things in front of their businesses.
What kind of crane do you anticipate for construction? A portable or one that you can move, or is it going to be a tower crane that's built in place?
We anticipate we can do this with mobile cranes. We don't anticipate having a permanent tower crane here. We need to finalize that, but it's been windy the last several days. Cranes can't fly on those days, and so it's something we're still evaluating, but we don't anticipate a permanent crane.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the commission?
I have a few. Larissa, can you remind us what parking requirements are for this project?
It's hang on. It's just a 1-to-1. And
Okay, so that's what's required of it.
What do you mean 1-to-1?
one parking space for one dwelling unit.
I'd be curious from the applicant. I'm historically projects in this area, I'm as pro density as it gets. I think that it's a great project. It's I empathize with the comments about concerns about parking. So one, if you have multiple units that are there are multiple adults living there that are driving, that's one issue. Then people visiting, and then also deliveries. So I'm wondering if, I don't want to try to slow you guys down or condition something that's really unachievable, but are there ways that you guys could augment this project to be more receptive to those concerns?
Yes, there are certainly considerations that can be made to increase the parking. The parking is the most expensive part of this project because it's underground, and there's rock and things like that we have to pull out for every space that we build. Having said that, across our portfolio, we've studied our parking on a bi-monthly basis, just because we're looking at new opportunities and new deals and how many spaces should we put here based on our other properties in our portfolio. It always comes in at 1.1 to 1.05. That's typically where it is. And when you provide additional parking, it sits empty. So we have a parking space for every studio, a parking space for every one bedroom, 2 parking spaces for about half of the 2 bedrooms. A lot of people get 2 bedrooms, but it doesn't mean that there are even 2 people that live there, right? They may just want to have a spare bedroom for when their kids come home to visit or whatever it may be. And so across our portfolio, that's what we found to be very typical. And so, yes, the 1.05 to 1.1 per unit is where we would like to be, but we can certainly study adding, some additional stalls and say, up to one per bedroom. I think that may be financially challenging as we get into that upper.
Yeah, because I mean, you might have 2 adults per studio even, or 1 bedroom. So when you all know who's paid for parking in a given month, do you designate visitor spots? Can you designate visitor spots, and will you here?
We can designate visitor spots. When you put them within the garage, it takes away from other parking. So typically we have, prospective residents short-term parking in the garage. So if somebody's coming to visit someone and they're parking short-term, they can park there. But typically they would take advantage of the street spots around the project.
And then running into issues with street spots, I thought that the example of deliveries was a really apt one. And when you have 300 plus people in a space, you're going to have a lot of deliveries. Can you all, I don't know, and this might be, since it's the city's streets, can we designate ride hailing, pickup, drop off, or delivery drop off spots? Because, for example, with most of the vehicular access on West 46, that's a relatively narrow street. I don't know if most people are going to be coming off of one of the other streets, but it would make sense. I think it's a really real concern that you might have someone throwing the hazards on and then stopping traffic. And so if you could designate a few spots, I think that would be really helpful.
Curb management is the purview of Public Works. And they, determine where to mark, time limits for parking, loading zones, like what we used to call taxi areas.
Yeah.
So that's something that they handle. They have someone whose job is parking, and not something that we typically try to get into when we're looking at a development plan.
And will guests be allowed to bring, or will residents be allowed to bring guests to the pool?
The pool is for residents only. I understand if someone wants to bring, a friend, or if somebody's staying with them that weekend, but it's not permissible to invite your friends over for a pool party.
Okay. And then going back to dog-friendly areas. So you have an indoor space for winter. You do not have an exterior space, an outdoor space for dogs.
Not on our property, no.
Okay. I do think that's problematic. I feel for the Parkway Towers resident who will likely become the spot for dogs. So there's nothing in the codes or there's nothing that we do typically as a city to require dog-friendly areas to have any accommodations. I think that is an issue because there is no there's limited green space, and if it's not allowed for dogs, I think that's absolutely a problem for others in the neighborhood. Does anyone have any creative ideas?
No.
Okay.
And I just want to add to that. When I say we don't have facilities, I mean we don't have a designated open green space for dogs to run. We will have dog waste receptacles around the property and at entries and things, but and there'll be green space. I mean, to Chair Crowell's point earlier, when it's cold out, people do just want to go outside, and that's what they do at our properties as well. And we have adequate green space for dogs to relieve themselves. It's a challenge on any property, but that is.
So I know
we do have that.
From experience in different parts of the city where we do business, when it's too limited of an area, the acidity of waste makes it impossible to have green space. And so you end up with a lot of dead zones. And so I would hate for these really pretty plans and renderings to end up being ruined because there is no space to accommodate dogs.
We don't have a standard on that, but it is something that you could condition.
Yeah, I think we will, or I think I intend to. Okay, I think that's everything.
I have a quick question. Is there a limit to the number of pets?
Yeah, there's usually a limit. I think it's 2. But yeah, there are limits on the number of pets, and there are very few in our portfolio that have more than 1 pet.
And the discussion has focused on dogs. What's the issue with cats?
Nobody likes them.
I agree with you on that, but there are people that do. So how do you accommodate the cat lover population?
Yeah, there's no communal litter boxes or anything that we've planned for on the project.
So are you saying cats don't go outside?
I'm not sure what the protocol is for cats. I think typically they're indoors, and there's a litter box in their unit that the resident maintains. I suppose if they went outside, does that mean they have to be on a leash? I'm not sure what the ordinance is there. We do have more dogs than cats in our communities, I have to admit.
I do believe one of the concerns I heard from the testimony there in chamber dealt with the increased number of units. I don't believe the developers addressed those concerns.
The urban residential density designation of this area in the plaza area plan is for R03 and R05 zoning, which is the highest density residential zoning. This is an appropriate response to that in our view. The additional units are simply because we are maximizing what we are proposing to build here. We, as staff pointed out earlier, we could build higher. We could build, 3 more stories on this and ask for a much larger deviation. We don't believe that that's appropriate for the neighborhood scale. We believe that splitting the height differences between the hotels to the south and to the 4-story buildings to the north is appropriate by going from 6 stories to 5 on our property. And that's the reason that we've come up with this. There's also the economic aspects of it. When you are only able to build a certain number of units and you still have to pay for parking, a parking structure in particular on this site with the grade change that gets into rock, it is financially unfeasible to do so with a lower density project.
So I believe part of the presentation was a lower number, but we would like flexibility for the higher number. And that's why I asked for the renderings, which number was the rendering depicting. So it's not that you are going to do the lower number. You've already made up your mind that the higher number is what is needed. There's no adjustment in that number.
The lower number that I discussed in the presentation was what is allowed with the current zoning. And then the higher number is what is being proposed. So the total number of units proposed is 287?
That was 208.
278.
Yeah, 278.
278.
That's when Mr. Crowell mentioned there's 100 units more.
Correct. Than what is currently allowed with this zoning district.
And the main reasoning behind the increase is to accommodate the financial input to build it. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, that's the primary reason, and also to build out the urban form and do a larger building versus a 3-story building.
One of our citizens brought up an issue I don't think we've looked at. Are we losing single-family homes in this area?
Not with this project. Or maybe are there 2 that are actually residential?
No, there are no single-family homes. It's all apartments or office space currently. They're all rental homes and apartments and office space.
Yes, for this particular project, but as a overall view of what's happening in that area? We're losing single family?
I don't think we can provide good data to you on that question, but we can certainly have staff look into it and report back to you.
We're seeing someone from the public said there are two single-family homes perhaps that are being, that are currently on the site.
Okay.
And yes,
Thank you.
we've, some of the projects we've seen over the past few years have involved
Single
upzoning
family.
or increased density and removing single-family homes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I would feel so silly and bad, asking for more parking and then it doesn't get used, as you're saying it wouldn't be used. It is though really difficult for me to imagine that with potentially 300 plus residents that you wouldn't constantly have some visitors, and that the amount of visitors with the increased density for this streetscape is going to be far greater than what is currently the current strain on the area. So I think that needs to be accommodated in some way. I think this is a great project. I think the density makes sense. I think the height makes sense. It looks great. The amenities are great. But I do think that that's one of the major issues. And so I would like to condition something there, and I would like to condition something about working with city staff for greater facilities for dogs, or reworking, one side of each of the buildings so that there is a greater setback, so that there's a more green space, because I do think that's a problem. But I don't want to condition something in a way that is ineffective or puts an extra burden on the applicant without being successful. So does city staff have any recommendation for either of those two intents? Or does the applicant, is there something that you'd be willing to accept as a condition to try to address both of those problems?
So the second, what you would like, the second condition you wanted to add was to work with city staff for added green space for dogs, right?
Or some
Be it
accommodation for
somewhere
dogs.
inside or a
I
setback.
have a really, so I'll tell you the problem and then you can find out the solution. I have a really hard time thinking that the number of dogs that will end up living here will not adversely impact the neighbors who have more green space available to them.
If it's turf or something of that nature on the inside that can be washed or whatever, it's part of the maintenance.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, it could be exterior, it could be interior, whatever you all think is best.
Yeah,
I'm
just
not
like
gonna-
courtyard, just kind of repurposing it to include it in some way.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's great.
And then what was your first additional condition request?
About the parking?
About parking.
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
I know the area very well. There's the street parking's used. You can usually find street parking relatively easily most days. However, 300 extra units, and if we can get Public Works to do some curb management and find areas that can be blocked off for deliveries, I think it's the responsible thing for us to do. With if we're going to have a deviation to allow 108 extra units, with in theory then more than 108 extra people than what is currently allowed for, I think it is only right if the applicant then accommodates the concerns of parking in some way. So I think there has to be some sort of give and take there.
I agree.
You want this prior to ordinance request?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd assume that you're looking at the pull-off to be there on the east side, which is Warnell, because that's where your mailroom is and the leasing room and all of that, for deliveries and such. And even people moving in and out, where would they park their moving truck?
That's at the adjacent to the loading dock that we have that's mid-block on 46th Street. So one of those is for trash and recycling, and the adjacent one is for residents to move in and move out, load and unload.
Okay.
So if
So these
I'm
are-
the furthest away from that, those people are penalized for the distance to get stuff over to that area?
I mean, there is a freight elevator that gets you up there, but the nature of these buildings are that, somebody has to be furthest away, and maybe they have a great view from there that they enjoy, and that's why they went through the pain of moving.
Well, that brings up my issue of trash too. So you're saying one side has to go, there's nothing convenient for the open area portion of your development compared to the, what did you call it?
Dock
Well, no,
loading area.
Yeah, the building schemes, one had an open roof and the other one had like a boat or something. I
Yeah,
think
they
it said the
described,
boat.
they described one courtyard as closed and one as open, if that's what you're referring to.
It is. So I'm saying the people with the open courtyard have the furthest to go, moving in, moving out, and taking their trash?
Not necessarily. The trash room and loading dock is centrally located to the project, so it's in the middle of the block, so halfway between Broadway and halfway between Broadway and Warnell. So it's as centrally located as it can be. Short of having multiple, loading docks and trash rooms, which we haven't done.
Okay. I think we're at a point here. Let's close testimony and speak amongst the commission, and look for a motion here.
Commissioner Hassick, do you have any thoughts? You're more of a parking and traffic expert.
I mean, nothing that's been additional that hasn't been brought up already. To add to it, my only thing that hasn't been brought up, and this is more of just a personal opinion than anything, but the exterior facade of the building just to me seems really busy. It'd be nice to see this simplified a little bit, but it's not a qualm that I have enough to add a condition to, especially with the complexity of what we're trying to.
So do you think if we were to condition visitor parking, so just to make it up, to use something right now, if it was 5%, of units had to have or the parking ratio is 5% for, is that going to just sit empty in there and then therefore not be used, and it's wasted space and the developer spent a lot of
Yeah,
money?
because I'm not 100% sure like when the times are that people generally visit, because I don't know if that's something that's evenly spaced out across every day of the week at all times, or if it's something that only gets used on like Saturdays and Sundays, or if there's like more of like a time in the weekday that gets used, So it would seem almost like it would be good to have that information and see if there's like any overlap parking that can be had with like, if like the majority of like visitor parking is at a time when, there's like 85% capacity. Can you fit that within that 15% of the tenants that are gone at that time, or does it require its own additional parking stalls? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's designated spots that you can't.
I was going to say, because I think I'd be upset. I came home, somebody was in my spot.
Yeah, I just would prefer it be more space tied to the unit than anything else. I would think those that don't have a vehicle, they're pretty savvy about maybe subleasing that piece out if they want to give somebody a second spot. That's
All right, I know the condition that I'm going to add for accommodating dogs, but I don't have any sense of whether there's a tenable condition to add for increasing parking.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to increase it. To me, again, I think it just tied to the unit. You get a unit, you get the space.
Okay. I don't feel good about that. Is this a good idea?
No. Because that's still not addressing the increased population and the possible increased cars that we're looking at that would affect the public parking spaces. And we want to be a good steward in addressing how that affects the neighbors in this area as well. And I'm trying to get my visual together, that's close to the plaza as well. So we could have affecting plaza business, those people that would go to the plaza, they found another spot. So yeah, it affects quite a few different areas once you stop and think on it. But the main one is affecting those tenants that are right there next to each other if we don't have enough parking in this current development we're looking at.
Commissioner Hassick, would you support tying a spot to the unit?
It's not, if we make a condition that the applicant is okay with, I'd vote with it. But I know personally, to me, especially bringing up that the plaza is so close, there is quite a bit of like a garage space that is available there. Now that I'm thinking about it, that I don't know, me personally, if I was visiting someone in this apartment complex, I would just choose one of the garages that has ample space and just walk from there to the.
Okay. Chair Crowley, ready for a motion?
I can't think of one that's close.
Yeah, I don't see a good solution, unfortunately, so we'll ask that the applicant work on it. All right, Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item number 7 with conditions and adding the following 3 conditions.
Wait a minute, Tyler. I'm still confused. What are we saying about the parking? What are we at?
I was leaving it as a surprise, and you were about to find out with these 3 conditions.
Okay,
So-
go ahead.
So Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket item number 7 with conditions, adding the 3 following conditions. 1, requiring that the applicant request from Public Works curb management, or a review of curb management on all 4 sides. So the applicant isn't required to do anything otherwise, except for requesting that the city look at curb management on all 4 sides. The next condition would be requiring the city to work with or the applicant to work with city staff prior to ordinance to improve the dog-friendly nature of the property, specifically as it pertains to green space for dogs to relieve themselves. And then third, that the applicant put in a good faith effort prior to ordinance request to look at reducing the parking impact on the neighborhood.
Second.
So we got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 7 with the addition of 3 conditions as stated. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Can I ask a quick question before we vote?
I'm sorry. Yep, go ahead.
On that last one, Tyler, so what does that mean? A report or just a discussion?
To me, it means that they look at the project, and so we're not requiring anything, which wouldn't make sense. And then if there's a solution that makes sense, they can go ahead and make that solution. If they make no modification to the plan, then, the concerned neighbors who are here today could make note of that. And when it's before city council, they could note that it's still a problem. But if they're able to make a step in the right direction of improving the potential or decreasing the adverse effect on neighbors, then hopefully that would change, their potential support of the project.
So we get something in writing from them of what they've looked at.
I mean, it's not requiring it. It's just asking them to put in a good faith effort to review. I don't think we're going to solve it here today. And so that's why it's not holding up the project, but asking them to really try to find solutions.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion?
No, thank you.
Okay, Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Beasley?
Oh, I'm first. Aye.
Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hasek?
Aye. All right, thank you very much. Looks like the motion passes 4-0. All right, move on to the last one, number 10.
Docket item number 10 is case CD miscellaneous 2025-1, a request to amend the Heart of the City Area Plan to include the Washington Wheatley Community Plan, providing recommendations for fostering neighborhood improvements and increasing existing residents' quality of life. Good morning, now afternoon, everybody. Just 1 minute, let me get my presentation in. That I need to duplicate the screen. Is that okay? All right, cool.
Oh, yeah.
Document.
All right.
Yep.
Okay.
Go ahead and go. Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Morgan Pemberton. I'm with the City Planning and Development Department. I'm working in the Project Administration Group, and I am here with my colleague Will Mansfield and Councilwoman Patterson Hasley to present on the Washington Wheatley Redevelopment Action Plan that we have been working on for the last 6 months or so. And I'd like to give Councilwoman a moment. I think she's got to bop back upstairs real quick. So,
Yes, so
Good afternoon. So I just wanted to stop by and give you a little bit of background about this neighborhood plan. So last year during the budget season, I did request staff and FTE that could work on neighborhood plans, particularly in the urban core where there are an abundance of vacant lots. And so what I have noticed is that we do have a lot of developers that want to do projects in these particular areas. There are a myriad of different types of projects. They are kind of haphazard because they're individual developers. So of course, they're not necessarily talking to each other. And so what I notice is that we end up with a lot of different types of projects that don't really match each other, and they may not even match the neighborhood either. And the neighborhood doesn't necessarily have the capacity to direct traffic, so to speak. And so I approached the city plan department about creating neighborhood plans to kind of deal with this issue. And this is what came out of that. So this is the first neighborhood plan that the plan department has created, and it's before you today. And I just wanted to see, how well it goes over. Are we moving in the right direction? And I really think that neighborhoods need to be empowered so that they have some more control over what's happening, but may not have the advocacy ability of some of our more active neighborhoods that understand the political process and can really advocate. And so this kind of gives them a way to set out a blueprint so that when developers come, they do have some guidance about what the neighborhood wants to see, because they usually go and do neighborhood outreach anyway. And so this is just kind of some initial guidance to help developers know, what their neighborhood envisions. That's
Right.
it.
Thank you. I think you'll find we're a very gentle commission and experienced here and very well led as well. So thank you for doing this and putting it together, and look forward to hearing more here.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, so to start with, we go. As Councilwoman noted, this is a new planning process. You might find something similar in the existing area plans, at least the ones that were more recently updated in the last, I want to say 10 years or so. There were these focus areas or small focus areas of neighborhoods where the area plan was drilling down on a specific area and making recommendations for that particular neighborhood or general area. This could be seen as being similar to that, but a little bit different, and this is the first one that we have done. This one came about largely because the urban neighborhoods are being detrimentally impacted by the proliferation of vacant lots. Vacant lots can have a lot of negative impacts on a community, and we will go through those, you'll see those. So it's really imperative that the city uses all of the resources that we have to try and get redevelopment, revitalization in these areas up and running. It's been, slow start and go, especially some of the neighborhoods have seen some growth. Some of them are still struggling a bit. So we are trying to find new ways to increase the focus and attention in these neighborhoods that need some help.
Are these empty lots, meaning there's no structure on it, or there is a structure and the house has been abandoned, or both?
It kind of depends on which neighborhood we're talking about. In this particular neighborhood, there are a lot of straight vacant lots. The majority of them are owned by the land bank or by the homesteading authority after a foreclosure process, and then the remaining lots that were not sold and that are acquired by either the land bank or homesteading authority. A lot of them do not have any structures on them anymore. A lot of them were in the past identified as dangerous buildings and were demolished. Unfortunately, a lot of the demolishing that happened during certain decades a while ago, it was legal to collapse a structure in the basement and then cover over the top of that. So one of the issues that really came to the forefront in the discussions here was the impacts that can happen with trying to redevelop a neighborhood, and you may not know all of the conditions that you are facing when trying to redevelop those lots. So Washington Wheatley, I would say it's a lot of vacant lots. We anticipate that there are quite a few that have some of these collapsed structures, but we are, starting to explore other neighborhoods that we would be going for and doing this process with them into the future. And some of those neighborhoods have a little bit more characteristic of there's a lot of housing stock still standing, but a lot of them could be veering into dangerous building territory. They haven't been torn down that yet. So it kind of depends on the neighborhood and what's been happening over the last several decades. Washington Wheatley identified identified by the councilwoman to be a kind of a pilot project area for us trying all of these efforts into getting these vacant lots redeveloped and to revitalize the neighborhood. The Housing Accelerator was a program that the councilwoman set up to try and find a way to streamline the process and get these lots sold for very cheap costs and helping developers to get up and going with these redevelopment projects. There's about 40-something lots that were part of this Housing Accelerator project located near 18th and Benton in the northern part of the Washington Wheatley neighborhood. The land bank is still going through the process of identifying the developers and working with the developers to create plans for these lots. So I'm really excited to see how that goes over the next few years. I think we're going to be it's a lot of lessons to be learning about how to redevelop these infill lots. And then I'm really excited to see the projects that come through. So as she said, she had requested that this neighborhood plan be a part of those overall efforts, and it's meant to supplement all of the additional efforts by the city in this area. So since fall of 24, we've been working with the Washington Wheatley residents to create this plan. We named it the Redevelopment Action Plan after a couple of iterations of what we were going to call it. Thank you. And so we landed on Redevelopment Action Plan because we thought that that encompassed all of the things that we are trying to discuss here. It's not just the aspects of the neighborhood that need to be improved to make the revitalization happen, but it's also those things affect the quality of life of the existing residents. So they'll have a dual positive impact if we're able to address these things. We also did some discussions with some local planners that have been doing other non-city type planning projects in the area. I'll touch on them in a little bit, but one of them is a design guideline that the neighborhood has been working on as far as architectural details that they would like to see incorporated into any housing that's going into their neighborhood. So there have been some other planning projects that are also supplementing all of these efforts. That's an image from one of our public engagement meetings. We brought the neighborhood together to ask them, what are the primary issues that you are facing in your day-to-day life? What are your experiences in seeing the neighborhood redevelop and working with developers to try and get some of these vacant lots developed? We wanted to really understand on the ground what the biggest challenges were facing the community. And so while we went through the process of identifying those specific issues, we also made sure to go back and reference any previous planning projects that this area was impacted by. So that's going to include the city's comprehensive plan, the Casey Spirit Playbook, the Heart of the City area plan where this neighborhood is located. There was a plan done by UMKC students in 2008, which provided an intensely comprehensive history of the area, detailed information, demographic information, and recommendations for how the neighborhood wanted to redevelop into the future. We also have our housing department's 5-year housing policy and the land bank strategic plan that both have elements that support the items that are in this plan, the recommendations in this plan. So we want to make sure that we pulled all that in with us together and just didn't duplicate efforts that had previously done. So just a quick overview of the plan context. We've got a short history of the neighborhood, a discussion of the assets that they do have, the assets that the neighborhood feels like they need more of to fully revitalize. We have a summary of the public engagement process we went through, the key concepts, those are those main issue areas that were identified by residents. We have recommendations for each of these key concept areas. And we've also included the recommendations from those related plans I just discussed because we want to make sure that we express how all of the city's plans need to be working together, need to be interconnected, supporting each other. So we wanted to make sure that we made those connection points. And then we also have a lot of additional detail through several walking tours that we did of the neighborhood, identifying specific locations where infrastructure maintenance is needed. So the key concepts, we're going to start with vacant lots, trash dumping, overgrown vegetation, traffic calming, pedestrian crossings, sidewalks, alleyways, and neighborhood character were the primary issues that residents identified. I'll start with vacant lots. As you can see from the map on the right-hand side there, all of those yellow lots are vacant. These lots, all of the vacant lots in this area account for about 40% of all the residentially zoned properties. It's kind of an incredible number to think about and see when you see it displayed on a map like that. Vacant properties, as we all know, they can lead to other issues, public health, public safety, lower property values, trash dumping, insects and other pests, overgrown vegetation, the proliferation of homeless camps on properties that are not properly maintained and supervised. So vacant lots can really lead to all of these other issues. And also, as I mentioned, urban lots, especially in areas where previous industrial activity had taken place over the last 100 years or so, it's honestly likely in a lot of cases that we will find some kind of contamination, whether that is a surface level contamination that can be remediated relatively easy, or if it's going to be a subsurface level of contamination that would need to be remediated at a much, much higher cost. So those issues that can be a little bit of a surprise in the development process are also things that can come with the vacant lots. And I'm going to let Will take over here.
Thanks, Morgan. So the neighborhood, through the public engagement process, expressed the frequency of trash dumping in the neighborhood as an issue. Currently, there are trash bins in place at many of the intersections in the neighborhood that were put in place by the neighborhood association, but more needs to be done to combat this issue, which is why it was one of the key concepts. The plan recommends utilizing current city programs, such as installing cameras in high-frequency locations and exploring the ability to implement new programs to combat trash dumping. Next is the overgrown vegetation key concept. It's apparent in the neighborhood due to the prevalence of vacant and abandoned lots that Morgan touched on earlier. The plan recommends finding ways to allocate funding to combat this issue, specifically for the land bank owned properties. However, the plan also recommends establishing a program assisting property owners in the neighborhood and with help maintaining their lots. So moving to traffic calming, the next key concept of the plan. It was another concept highlighted by the neighborhood to be addressed in the plan. The neighborhood addressed specific streets in the neighborhood that they would like to see measures, such as the intersection of Benton Boulevard and 23rd Street, which is on the presentation. The streets and the intersections in the neighborhood would like to that the neighborhood would like to see traffic calming measures installed are noted in the plan. So next we have pedestrian crossings, another concept highlighted in the plan as the neighborhood expressed a need for improvement, specifically along the Prospect Corridor from 18th Street to 27th, which makes the western boundary of the neighborhood. The plan also focuses on high pedestrian traffic areas such as around parks and schools in the neighborhood. And additionally, the traffic calming measures on the previous slide should also contribute to improving pedestrian crossings in the neighborhood. Next concept is sidewalks. Sidewalks in the neighborhood are in need of improvement and was another concept highlighted by the neighborhood. Improvements to the sidewalks will contribute to the improvements of other concepts, especially pedestrian crossings and traffic calming, helping provide that eyes on the street method. The plan also recommends the city set guidelines around sidewalk improvements with new development that is set to occur in the neighborhood, which is kind of the whole scope of this plan.
All right, I'm going to pick back up here with alleyways. This was another discussion point where we had people falling on both sides of the issue. Obviously, in urban neighborhoods, that traditional street grid with the alleyways can be really beneficial to the people that live there, especially if the streets are narrower and the lots are narrower, giving people access to the back end of their properties and having the garages there. There can be a lot of benefits to a neighborhood to having alleyways. Unfortunately, when it comes to a lot of these vacant lots, the alleyways are in severe disrepair. A lot of them you can't drive down, and there seems to be some questions with small developers about when they're required to use alleyways, when they might be able to deviate away from that if the property requires it for their project. So there was just kind of a lot of discussion there. So generally, the plan isn't making any specific recommendations about what to do with the alleyways, just that the city is continuing that discussion about when we want to vacate, when we don't want to vacate, kind of having some parameters or criteria set up around there. I think just having that discussion and making that a little bit clearer for small developers in the community so they understand what they would be expected to do with a project. But just one of those areas that we definitely touched on, and security issues and things like that. But in the more developed part of the neighborhood, those neighbors do still use their alleyways. They love them for the most part. So I'm not making specific recommendations, but just kind of one of those development related issues. And then, of course, the neighborhood character. As I mentioned, one of those other non-city projects that the neighborhood had been working on is creating Washington Wheatley design guidelines, just expressing that they really want to continue the historic character of their neighborhood. It is one of our longest standing neighborhoods, and I think respecting that character as much as possible is very important. And the plan is really just trying to ensure that developers are engaging with the neighborhood and would be adhering to those guidelines once completed by the neighborhood as much as possible. So just real quick here, using the plan, we have an interactive version that is available online. There's also a print version if you like to print out the paper copies, but the interactive version does have links with these icons, as you can see here, that jumps you around the plan so you can see what sections are related to each other, where recommendations might be coming from a different plan that's related. So we wanted to add those elements. Here you can see what the recommendations look like in the plan. We've got the ID number, WW, and then a digit. That icon on the left-hand side is just to help us to indicate if the recommendation that we are making is very specific to the neighborhood itself, or if it's more of a citywide policy discussion type recommendation, which we've indicated with the fountain. So that is those keys that you'll see in the plan. And then also we have made sure that when you see those icons at the bottom that are the other plans, the playbook, heart of the city, etc., that when you click on those icons, that it will jump you to a recommendation from a related plan so you can see how everything is tied together. And then also, in addition, we've got our appendix that has a lot of very detailed lists about locations where infrastructure maintenance or other items need to be addressed, and those are all there. So with that, I would just like to open up the floor for any questions, concerns. As we said, this was a pilot project, so it was really kind of building the plane as we went. We anticipate that this would not look exactly the same across all of the neighborhoods that we would be working in the future. And as mentioned at the top, we are hoping to adopt this as an addendum to the Heart of the City Area Plan. And as the long-range planning, now a different name, but as the long-range planners go forward with the area plan updates over the next several years, we are hoping that we can tie in our efforts with focusing in on a particular neighborhood, a particular area, and doing a process like this and tying that into the overall area plan process. So this one's going to be a bit of a adding on to the end, addendum to the Heart of the City Area Plan, but we're hoping moving forward, it would be much more incorporated into the plan itself.
All right. Thank you. Welcome back to Planning and Development, by the way.
Happy to be here.
Serious question, but it might not sound like it. Did to pull stuff from the different plans, was that just a laborious project, or can you use AI to pull the stuff that's relevant?
Ooh, I would say that it currently is a bit laborious. There's a lot of keyword searching and scanning through the recommendations and making those connection points. It's very possible that in the future we might be able to use AI for this kind of analysis of all of our existing plans. One thing that we did with the comprehensive plan process, as you'd remember, is staff created that internal kind of massive database of all the recommendations from all the plans that we could find, both city and non-city. So something like having that kind of database, it would need to be continuously updated. So there's definitely some staff time that would go along with that. But having something like that database or some kind of AI capability to do some of that analysis would be time saving into the future.
Last night I was looking for stuff on Plaza Area Plan, and so our scanned documents are really hard for AI to pull the information from, but if it's not a scanned document, then it could get you the information and cross-reference things really nicely. So I think that would be worth the city looking into, because if you do want to have a targeted plan for a neighborhood, and as you did reference 8 other plans, it would be nice if you could do that. At least the initial run is done like in 30 seconds as opposed to 30 hours. So overall, most of this doesn't really pertain to city planning, right? Or at least our scope.
A lot of it is, it's related to city planning in that it's really looking at how the city can coordinate with the neighborhood and direct its own funding towards revitalizing the neighborhood generally. And revitalizing the neighborhood is going to help lead to more development interest, setting clear expectations for small developers, helping them to identify resources, funding. Those are all kind of together in the whole development process. And I will mention one thing that we are going to be providing to the neighborhood at the end of this process is a packet of resources. All those key concepts, we have 311, we have different ways that neighborhoods can advocate for themselves and try and report things when they see them happening. And also some of the assistance, guidance that we can provide to small developers and how to get their process up and running. We're going to be providing some information, some contact points to the neighborhood so that they can have that to reference.
Because I mean, most of it sounds great. I think it'll just be about priorities and money, and we don't have anything to do with that here, of course. WW6, I forget what that one is, but I liked that one a lot. And then with neighborhood, I think biggest concern, I think that's like having prefab plans. And I think that's important. So the flip side of that is my biggest concern with this, which is preserving neighborhood character. I would hate for someone who has some new way to bring in like prefab, high quality development that they want to do a whole area and create cottage homes, but it's modern. And therefore we determine, well, it doesn't fit the character of the neighborhood. And so we won't allow it. And so I'd love for that to be considered, because I do think that, for example, we've seen it on the west side, not the west side as much, West Plaza, where we've now decided, because of infill standards, to freeze in time these streets where 2/3 of the street is turned over to modern, and then the other third is 1-story bungalow. And now you can't build a 3-story modern home because we've disallowed that. And so I think that there needs to be some nuance there. Obviously, we want quality design, but if it is quality design, then I feel like it should be allowed, and it should add to the neighborhood character, even though it's different from what is already there.
I would say that I don't think that the neighborhood is necessarily opposed to something a little bit different. I think the guidelines are just there to really hit those big points on, please try to incorporate as much as you can. But I don't think that they would necessarily be diametrically opposed to new development coming in. Also, we're a little bit further from the downtown area, so it's a lot more single-family residential, so you're probably not going to see some of those types of development pressures as much as you would have seen in West Plaza or the west side of downtown. Also, they have a really nice mix of different densities in the neighborhood. We have there's quite a few colonnades. There are a couple of apartments, and then a lot of single-family housing.
Well, I don't think they were successful, but I was aware of a group who was a philanthropic group trying to get a bunch of people to move into a new neighborhood in Kansas City, and they were proposing really modern single story homes that would absolutely not fit the character. But the reason they liked them is because they were super environmentally sound, cheap to build, and they could have the scale of having a lot of people do it. And so that's the type of thing that I would want to not prohibit.
Oh, sure.
So just to be clear, you essentially have concluded that alleyways are important, but don't know if we're not all pro alleyway. We're definitely not anti alleyway. It's just be aware of them.
Yeah, I think I think the plan is more just recommending that the city have a little bit more criteria about when a vacation is definitely appropriate or when it's definitely not appropriate. I think that we do have that. I don't know if it's readily available to the neighborhoods themselves. And I think there's also maybe some definite general information sharing that could be done about what happens when you vacate an alleyway, property gets divided. What does that mean as far as maintenance responsibilities and things like that, that can have some kind of like trickle down effects to the surrounding property owners. So I think when it comes to the alleyways, I think just continuing to have that discussion, work with developers when it is appropriate to maintain it. If it's intact, I think the city tries to avoid vacating as much as possible. But I think that just pointing out that there may be some unique circumstances where an alleyway is in such, detrimental maintenance that a small developer coming in trying to develop mid-block would maybe not have the financial resources to completely repave and bring that alleyway back into good use.
So one idea I have for that, which I've floated before, but maybe the council member would want to explore it. I do think if we assigned monetary value to the properties that we sunset and that we give to private individuals or corporations, then those funds could be used to fix alleyways or fix something else. And so if someone does have a reason to claim public property, instead of just giving it up, because we see, I think it's like when I tracked it last, it was a dozen, 12 to 18 a year or something. I do think that's an opportunity to create a fund that then could be used for some of these initiatives that might not have funding otherwise.
I think it's a good idea.
That's everything. Thanks.
Any questions there?
Nope, no, none of this, because mine was basically over the alleyways.
Commissioner Beasley?
It's quite extensive, and I hope because of that, it doesn't turn people off in using it.
I hope so too. It's extensive because we tried to include as much detail as possible. We really wanted this to not be a 10, 20-year timeframe plan. We wanted this to be immediately actionable. Here is a to-do list. Here are things that we can address right now. And then here's some other policy discussions that we should probably continue to have when it comes to urban infill development.
So can we take the display off the screen?
Oh, yes,
I'm still seeing the display.
my apologies, of course.
It's still there.
Here we go.
Okay. So I did like it. As I was saying, it is quite extensive, but to me, it's more than just an area plan. It sounds like a strategic plan that the neighborhood will be using as well. Did I interpret that pretty on point?
Yes, ma'am, you did.
Okay.
We're really hoping that this would be a good conduit to coordinating some of these infrastructure projects, especially when it comes to PIAC requests. The city is systematically going through its backlog of sidewalk repairs. So we're hoping that having this kind of updated information about the crossings and the sidewalks and the things that would really improve the quality of life in the neighborhood, we can incorporate some of these elements in ongoing projects and then also be able to come back to this plan for any projects in the next couple of years and say, hey, if you're going to be in this area, maybe we go ahead and also include this section of sidewalk or something like that.
Seen a lot of 23rd Street on here.
We'd also like to note that we are very excited about the redesign of 23rd Street that's coming through. We think that that's going to have a really positive impact on the pretty dangerous intersection at 23rd and Benton Boulevard. We do also make a couple of additional recommendations about some turning that from a three-way stop into a four-way stop, for example, at some point in the future.
Right. Yeah, there's a little bit of work that needs to be done in that one block to get that figured out. But that, as you know, the project is fully delayed till after I-70 is done and the World Cup is gone.
Understood.
Yeah. Fortunately. Any other questions? Is there anything we need to act upon today with this? Okay.
We're asking you to recommend approval of the plan
Okay.
and hold the public hearing. You haven't opened public comment yet.
Oh, yeah. I got to do public comment here, don't I?
This was not just an informational presentation.
Okay. All right. If there's no more questions from the commission, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item 10, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Must be a very well done plan and strategy. So at this time, we will close public testimony then. Anything else to add? I guess we're looking.
If we are supposed to be listed on it, can I condition that you all modify somehow to allow neighborhood character to not mean that that new construction would have to look like something that already exists in the neighborhood?
I see what you're saying. The plan itself would be adopted by resolution, so it wouldn't be an ordinance requiring anything, but we can definitely take a look at the language in there and make sure that we're not stating this is the end all be all, the design guidelines. They're just meant to be design guidance for the developer on the front end of the project so that when they do come in and they do the engagement with the neighborhood, they've already been in conversation with them. They're understanding what the neighborhood is hoping for. And then hopefully that helps collaboration flow smoothly between residents and the developers.
Yeah, I mean, similar to the prospect plan, we years ago saw single family homes being built. And I don't know why we would have seen it, but Commissioner Sadowski was talking about the eaves and how the eaves weren't proportional, and this would be a way that they could make it look more similar. And totally agree. But a lot of the ornamentation shown in the examples of these 4 different photos, it's new construction just doesn't build this way. It's just so much more expensive to build that way. And so we're showing 4 examples that I think might deter a home builder from building here. And so that scares me a lot. And I have a hard time saying I support this plan. I understand the intent of the neighborhood character section, but I like no cookie cutter design, et cetera. But again, I think sometimes I often talk about how Brookside in my mind has 4 different types of floor plates and 4 different types of homes, and people don't consider it cookie cutter, but you could say it's as cookie cutter as new builds where they have the same 4 different floor plans. So I don't know how to accommodate that, but if I'm supposed to be for all of time saying that I support this, I would want to have that accommodation added somehow.
Of course, we'd be happy to take a look at that language, make sure that we're very clear about what the intent is of that section.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
So didn't they say the design part is still underway?
I believe so. The last that I was communicating with the neighborhood about that, they were still having a few public meetings between the design professional that they were working with and the residents. So I don't believe it's finished just yet.
So how do you update that information then if it leaves us with our stamp of good approval and then it makes it a council? How does that update take place?
I believe the plan, the way the language is written, it's just recommending that the design guidelines set up by the neighborhood, approved by the neighborhood on their own, by their own board, their own organization, that the developers try to adhere to those as much as possible, or at least try to incorporate some of the design elements that you typically see in the older housing stock, incorporating those elements as opposed to doing exactly what, the older housing stock looks like. I think that's an important point. But I will double check and make sure that I think the language in the plan is just saying that if there is some design guidelines supported by the neighborhood, that the developers try and work with the neighborhood as much as possible to incorporate elements.
Okay, please do, because I misread it. I was thinking they were going to have those guidelines in the plan.
Oh, I see. No, we were just going to do a reference point so that, if the neighborhood updates those at some point, that is their own design guidelines, that is their own document. We just want to be able to reference something that the neighborhood put together and dedicated their time to.
Okay.
Well, yeah, as it reads now, the city should work to ensure, which I think is strong, that any proposed development in this neighborhood should use the Washington Wheatley design guidelines in project design. That's, to me, that's really, it's tough. We haven't seen it. We don't know what the design guidelines are.
Sure, totally understand. I think that can definitely be the language that can be amended.
Okay. We'll take a motion, please.
Amended before? When you gonna amend it?
We can amend it over the next few days. We can send an updated draft to the Plan Commission before we would be going to council. We might be going as early as next week to Neighborhood Planning and Development Committee, but it may not be as soon as that.
So I was just trying to clarify, you were gonna amend it before it went to council?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We'll find Morgan if she doesn't.
All
right.
You know where I am.
Chair Crowley,
Yeah.
move to approve docket item number 10, adding a condition that WW 34 be looked at and revised so that the Washington Wheatley design guidelines are considered, but that it's not absolutely required that all new development follow them, and that WW 6 regarding neighborhood, or no, not WW 6. I don't know which one it is, but comments on neighborhood character do not prohibit high quality new design just because it doesn't fit the historic nature of the surrounding neighborhood.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 10 with the addition of the two conditions stated. Margaret, take a roll call, please.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Hasek.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes 4-0.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you,
Yep,
everyone.
appreciate all the work you've done on this. It's pretty good.
Thank you.
Good stuff. It is a lot of work. There's a lot of information there. Okay, anything else to come before the commission?
No other items of business. I would final reminder, I'll probably email one final reminder about our survey on staff report formats and content. I would appreciate your comments so that we can consider any revisions that would make those documents more useful and informative for you.
Okay. I think I'm going to be out the second meeting in April. I think.
The 16th?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm going to be out that day. Okay, good.
So are we taking off?
The 16th? No, you're going to be here on April 16th.
I will be gone on the 2nd though.
On April 2nd?
Yep.
Okay. All right, hopefully we'll have everybody back then. Spring breaks are over at that time, right? Okay, so a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Yep.